We are coming to you from the Lahaina Civic Center, where we are at the West Maui Taxpayers Association Candidate Forum. So with me is Dan O'Brien, our production director.
How you doing, Chivo?
Very good.
Back again, huh?
Back again. I love it. And we're here to discuss a few things tonight about our election that's coming up on November 8th, and some of the candidate events that are going to be taking place here very soon in the next few nights. One Saturday night. And so Dan, let's go over tonight's event, the West Maui Taxpayers Association, real quick.
Yeah, okay. I mean, if you wanted a primer on your top candidates, this is the place to be, because I think there's pretty much every race that's going to be on most people's Maui County ballots. All those candidates are going to be right here tonight. So if you want to get beefed up on your choices, this is a good one to watch. They've got U.S. senators, state representatives, Maui mayor, of course. That's the big one.
Yep.
And I think all the council races are going to be represented by candidates here tonight. So it's going to be a long program, but really worthwhile to check out.
Yeah, absolutely. And Joe Pluta, the president of the West Maui Taxpayers Association, does a really good job with these forums. And tonight they're pared down to just basically the two top vote getters for all of those races.
Yeah, we always say the primaries are like the playoffs.
Right.
And the general election is like the championship game where you only got the last two survivors playing for the win.
Yeah.
And with every race, that's the case here. Unless with some of the statewide races, you've got independents, Green Party candidates, so you might have a few more to choose from for some of the races. But when it comes to the mayor and county council, it's all just two people in each race.
Yeah, being nonpartisan. And so as Dan mentioned a moment ago, these are the kinds of forums that you really should pay attention to if you are undecided with what you want to do as far as who you're going to vote for. It's really important to vote. We have had traditionally such low voter turnout, and that's really sad to say, because regardless of how you feel about elections and politics and politicians, these folks are the ones that end up bringing in the money. They're the ones that set the rules and make the bills. And it's really important to let your voice be heard by choosing who you really want to steer the county or the state in the direction you'd like to see it go in.
And I've lived in larger city areas. Here I've been on Maui for over 15 years. What really strikes me is the access you have to the candidates. And it's amazing because it really helps voters make an informed decision when, if you look around here, they're having dinner right with the candidates that are going to be appearing on the ballot.
Right.
So a lot of people assume that politicians are distant and unreachable, but events like this really bring them into the public eye, bring them with the public that's going to be voting for them. So it's just a great opportunity for voters to get informed a little bit, maybe get a little excited about some of the choices they have.
Yes.
So they know they have a voice. You know, that a lot of times people feel like they don't have a voice anymore, but they really do. They have more of a voice than they think. They just have to get informed and stay involved in the process. That's really the key.
And Dan, that is the key right there, because what we're saying is really true. We produce all of the county council meetings, all of the committee meetings. We bring you boards and commissions, all on Akaku Channel 53. Tonight, the show, incidentally, is on Akaku cable channel 53 and 54, but also we have an app which is Maui Stream. It's free, and you can watch Akaku live on that app, right on your phone.
Yeah, and after these forums are finished and we're done for the night, we're going to be uploading them to our video on demand platform, the Maui Stream.
Yep.
So even if you don't catch it live, you can watch it anytime.
That's right.
So we make it as easy as possible for the voters of Maui County to have that access and get informed as much as they want.
Yes, and we really urge that you do get involved and watch these programs, just so that you know. I have had so many people, Dan, come up to me once again in this election cycle, not unlike all of the other ones, where people say, I really don't know who to vote for. And that's understandable, because everybody's out there saying the same things. They're saying basically, that they stand for housing, and so how do you know who to vote for? And these are opportunities, all of these programs, to hear the inside viewpoints of these candidates. Tonight we've got, as Dan said, we've got pretty much all of the council members, some state senate, some the mayoral race, and we just got an update on that. The mayoral candidates were going to be here tonight and lead off this event, but we just found out that Mayor Victorino was delayed at the Kahului Airport, trying to get out of the airport and get into the car and drive over here. And apparently there's some kind of hoo-hoo at the airport, so a bunch of people are still sitting on their planes waiting for a gate.
Well, you know what, that's expected for this time of year, that all the candidates are trying to get to as many events as possible.
Yes.
Get as much face time with the voters as possible. There's bound to be some hang-ups in that process, especially when you're dealing with traveling and airports. So hopefully the mayor will be able to come over here, and they'll probably delay their appearance at tonight's forum in anticipation of the mayor coming a little later.
Exactly, and I know that Mr. Bisson was being contacted to see if he could rearrange his schedule, but nonetheless, we have other events that you would like to know about and watch, or that we would hope you would like to, and that is going to be on Saturday night.
Yeah.
Dan has done a great job, along with our CEO and all of the production team, to organize, along with other media outlets, a debate between the two mayoral candidates Saturday night up at Seabury. Dan, tell us more about that.
Yeah, I've asked around a lot, and I think this is the first time this has actually happened, where we have a team of local news media journalists that have formulated some questions for the mayoral candidates. They've worked as a great team. They have a slate of about 20 questions, and it includes Colleen from the Maui News, Marina Starleaf Riker from Honolulu Civil Beat, and Chelsea Davis from Hawaii News Now will be moderating, and maybe throwing in a follow-up question here or there to the candidates. Just a great lineup of journalists, and we have both mayoral candidates showing up, and this is going to be a little more of a debate style than a forum.
Right.
The difference being we're going to be hoping for more interaction between the candidates,
right.
Where maybe they'll challenge each other a little bit, and that'll help the voters differentiate, who the best person in their view is for the job.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at a forum, we know that mostly the candidates are asked some questions, but they just give kind of general answers about their feelings on that. But in the debate format, as I'm sure most of you know, there's rebuttals, and they can kind of get into it with each other, and that's the difference that really kind of brings out some personality and some things that you rarely get to see.
Yeah, and you break away from those formulated answers, because these candidates have been asked every question in the book during this process, and during that process, it's natural to kind of start saying the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
This debate is going to break that mold a little bit and give the voters a chance to really see some difference between the two candidates, and how they interact with each other. Maybe get some new ideas on the floor. We're going to have a 2 to 3 minute discussion section for each topic we cover, and that's going to create some good conversation and back and forth. So that's our hope, is to really differentiate the candidates and make it clear to the voters who they might prefer and who might not be the candidate for them.
Absolutely, and that starts at 7 o'clock on Saturday night at Seabury Performing Arts Center. Now there are very limited seats. But
and it's invite only. I want to make that clear.
Yes.
The event is not open to the public, but we did make certain seats available to the campaigns, and Akaku is filling some seats as well.
Right.
So it's just going to be a great in-person event and a great televised event, I think, for Akaku Channel 55 and the Maui stream.
And that's the part that we really would like to notify you about, is that this is basically a televised event for your benefit, and channel Akaku Cable 55, 54 I think as well, and maybe all of our channels probably.
It's been busy for us. We've got this one tonight, a marathon of different candidates coming for this forum. We've got the Saturday night debate with the mayoral candidates, and then on Sunday we have the Kula Community Association forum airing at 8:30 on channel 55 as well. So it's a jam-packed week for us, but this is kind of what we love to do. So we're right in our element doing these forums and debates.
We do love to do this. We really enjoy helping out in this process of elections, and we really want to encourage everyone to make sure that you're registered to vote and that you get out and you do let your voice be heard and cast your ballots. It's all mail-in. They will start to go out on October 21st, and they will arrive in your mail, and it can't be easier. And if you need help, you can watch our channels for all of these different forums, and we've got so much information posted on our Maui Stream app and on our channels. So please do check them out, and do vote.
And the other great resource is elections.hawaii.gov.
Yes.
The State of Hawaii Elections website, I have to say, is really good. For those that are used to some state-run websites, they might be a little clunky sometimes, maybe not as smooth running. This one is an amazing resource for voters.
It is.
Where you can even pull up a sample ballot that you'll receive in the mail.
That's right.
And kind of get a preview of what it looks like and the candidates you have to choose from. And you have that right on your computer screen. So elections.hawaii.gov, great resource.
It is a great resource. In fact, Dan and I pulled up a sample ballot last night, and what you do is you go to the election.gov, State of Hawaii, and then you search for this tool called View My Ballot, and then you fill out just a couple of things like your Kula or
your
KIA or zip code, just a few basic things, nothing personal, and then you'll get a sample ballot. And this year there's going to be not only all of the council races and state and U.S. Senate and U.S. House. Our mayoral is a big one. Governor, lieutenant governor. So it's a big election this time around. It's November 8th. And also, there are going to be a bunch of proposed charter amendments. Now,
right.
Dan, why don't you explain to people basically what the charter, before we get into that, I just noticed that both of the mayoral candidates are now here.
Great, that's great. So it seems like they're going to be starting on time with the mayoral discussion.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
So talk to us about the charter.
Well, I'll tell you what. I was looking at my sample ballot online on the elections website, and I was fine until I got to the charter amendments. It's kind of daunting. So make sure to do your homework if you're a voter at home wondering what these charter amendments are. They're specific to Maui County. There was a charter commission that came up with a list of proposed changes to the charter. And these are the amendments they came up with, along with a couple suggestions from the county council.
Correct.
They range in importance from breaking up the Department of Housing and Human Concerns into two separate departments, one dealing specifically with affordable housing and the other one dealing with the human concerns aspect. Nobody knows really what the financial impact of those kinds of moves might be. So you really got to look and dig deep into these charter amendments. Other than some other ones are a little more benign, like informing the chief of police, informing the police commission that he's unhappy with a finding that they found in this or that.
And they ask you, should the chief of police send an email to the commission, or should he just go there and report in person? It's like.
So it's some of them are like, you kind of wonder, why are we being asked to decide this? It sounds more like a procedural or administrative kind of thing.
I would say I would run a right back and ask the chief.
That's what I would do. But what?
Still, there are some really important ones, and like you were just saying with the Department of Housing and Human Concerns, that's something that could have a very big impact on Maui County residents as far as the cost of setting up a new department and separating departments.
Absolutely, and with the same as the debate over whether to set up a separate Department of Agriculture a couple years ago on the ballot, this is undisclosed impact to our financial situation in Maui County, but it also adds another layer of bureaucracy in government, which some people say might muck up progress instead of streamlining. The same kind of arguments for and against kind of emerge as you go through some of these. And I really encourage people to look through them. They might look a little cumbersome when they're wording and maybe not as clear as you might want them to be, but if you take a look at them now and do your homework, then you'll know exactly how you want to vote when your ballot arrives in the mail.
And I really urge people to do just that, Dan, because they not only look a little cumbersome, they are a little cumbersome. If you just read some of these, Dan, why don't you read us a sample of this?
All right, let's see.
The reason that we want you to look these over is because the way they're written is all in legalese.
Yes, it's a lot of legalese.
And it's confusing to the average person to read these ballot proposals.
Yes, and it's like this one that we mentioned with a police chief. Which one is that one?
That's number 9, or I believe 9A.
Here we go.
Council's version of that.
It says here, require that the chief of police submit a written report when the chief disagrees with the findings of the police commission. You dig a little deeper, and here's a specific ballot question. Shall the charter be amended to require that the chief of police provide a written report to the police commission when the chief disagrees with the commission's findings related to the conduct of the department or its members? And you kind of wonder, what are they asking me again?
Yes, right.
So the Charter Commission took great care to really come up with a solid list of amendments but some of them you need to do your homework a little bit and find out more about it.
Yeah.
And that's where the research comes in. I know people don't like doing homework. They're busy with their 2 or 3 jobs that they have, trying to afford to live here in Maui County.
Indeed.
But if you really want to make a difference as a voter, this is kind of what you got to do. You just got to know the details.
Yes, and you know, at the end of the day, you're going to have the opportunity to just plain participate in our local government, and to know that you have done a really important part in perpetuating democracy and in giving everybody a voice. And as you mentioned earlier, Dan, you don't have to stop there. At all of the committee meetings, which are every 2 weeks or so, a week full of committee meetings from the council, you can testify on any subject on the agendas, and it's very easy to do. So you can stay involved, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, even after the election, and we see this all the time, where testimony sways votes.
Yes.
Like you think, oh, it's just testimony, nobody listens to what I say. No. The council has changed their votes depending on how many people have testified, what they've heard from public testimony. So that's a really big untapped resource that a small group of people take advantage of here in Maui County. We see a lot of similar faces when it comes to public testimony, but it would be great to get a lot more input from other people. And it's more easy now than ever before, where you can, join a virtual meeting and testify. You don't even have to be at the council chambers anymore.
Exactly. You can just log in from your home computer or your phone and participate. And it's really, really great that we can do that.
And I think that's even a charter amendment there to change that to require access to the public via virtual meetings for the council.
Yes. And the good thing with familiarizing yourself with these is that it can ruminate in your mind a little bit. You know, we have until November 7th before you have to get your ballot back, because the election is the 8th. And so the sooner you go over these sample ballots, the more time you'll have to kind of think them over and let it stir around and do your research or whatever.
Absolutely. And the research for this go-around seems to be a list of 5 pretty important topics that we've been talking about for a long time in Maui County. We'll see if some of these candidates can move the needle on action, but their housing, tourism, water, homelessness, all the usual, and now with the addition of climate change, there's sea level rise issues.
That's right.
Climate mitigation issues that the county has to deal with, because now the shorelines are getting invaded by the sea. So we got to figure out what kind of managed retreat situation.
We can do, yes.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on. And like I said earlier, Maui County is the kind of place where everyday people can get involved. You don't have to be an advanced member of the political elite to figure out how to get involved in local politics here. You can do it in several ways, and now's the time for your voice to be heard.
It is. And the good news is that you say, some people have said, that they feel they're out of touch with candidates, but the fact is that candidates have never, like you mentioned earlier, have never been more available, and they really do encourage you to give them your feedback and what you're thinking.
Yeah, I don't want to be a booster for candidates and the political process. I know there's a lot of problems with politics and this and that, but every 2 years we get the privilege of seeing some of these people that sign up to kind of put themselves in the line of fire and become a candidate for office. And they're some of the most dedicated and hardworking people I know, especially the newer ones who might not have run before. They really got to try extra hard to get noticed. And just my interaction with these people, 99% of the time their hearts are in the right place, and they really want to try to make Maui County a better place.
Absolutely.
It's not a power grab or anything like that.
Absolutely. I really am happy to say that we have every council position being challenged this time, and basically every race is got at least one challenger.
And we're spoiled this year because we've got great council members now. The challengers are, for the most part, really well informed. They're smart. They've got great ideas. So we have a blessing of a lot of great people running for office in Maui County.
Yep, absolutely. And tonight you're going to be, in just a few minutes, you're going to be witnessing all of these different candidates talking about their formats and their feelings about these different subjects. And as you mentioned, it gets a little bit old to hear these things over and over. But we, in all of these years that we've been doing this, we still have not been able to solve housing.
And affordable housing.
And
cost of living.
The cost of living, homelessness, and it's kind of difficult to even get your head around that it's taken this long to figure all this out. But the more we get involved and the more everybody puts in their 2 cents, the faster maybe we can get some of these things solved.
Absolutely. It sounds like they're just about to get ready here in Lahaina at the Civic Center.
Yeah,
and
I'm thinking
the candidates are ready to go. So we're almost ready to launch this thing.
We are. We're about 5 minutes away or so.
All right.
They just started playing. Not necessarily my favorite song, but
but it's a nice tune.
It's a nice tune. Yeah. What can I tell you? So, just to remind you again, that the website is Office of Elections, State of Hawaii, and then you can click on View My Ballot. And then you can see exactly the ballot that you will be receiving. And those ballots go out on the 21st of October.
Yeah, and they do include those charter amendments, which is a great resource. You can read up exactly what it says on your ballot, what the wording is. If you got any questions, you have plenty of time to kind of maybe ask a family member or a friend if you need help kind of parsing out what all this means.
Absolutely. And there are also voter service centers, and the voter service centers, needless to say, will be opening up. I can't quite remember the exact dates, but they will be at on Molokai, the Mitchell Paoli Center, and the Velma McWayne Santos Community Center in Wailuku, and then the Lanai County Council District Office over on Lanai City. And if you really wanted to, you could take your ballot down there, and you can't ask them for opinions, but you can ask those folks down there for help if you're having any difficulty with any of the questions, or if you don't understand something.
That's right. Hawaii did move to a all mail-in ballot system, but they still have the service centers.
Yes.
So for those that just like that feeling of going somewhere and dropping their ballot in, they can do that. There might be a line because there's only one service center for large areas.
Yes.
So you might anticipate a line if you drop off your ballot physically instead of mailing it. So I think the best option is to mail it beforehand, make sure it gets there by November 7th.
Yeah, absolutely. And, as far as the line is concerned, speaking with Kathy Ka'ohu, the county clerk, she said that there really wasn't a problem with a long line up until the day of the election, the primaries.
That's right.
So, once again, the earlier you can take care of business, the smoother everything will go for you on that.
That's right.
So, I just kind of wanted to steer into something that I have been asked recently, and that is that somebody made a comment to me that all of the candidates seem to be talking about the exact same issues, and yet a lot of them haven't really gotten haven't gotten a great deal of solutions, but they just hear about how I'm all for affordable housing. And it's like, yeah, well, I think we all are, right?
Absolutely.
So
where do the solutions come from?
Where do the solutions come from? Maybe we will hear about that tonight, because we are just a few seconds away from starting tonight's West Maui Taxpayer Association Candidate Forum. And we thank you for joining us. Dan, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here once again.
Yes, and please enjoy the forum and take our invitation to go on Akaku on our video on demand and check out all of the different forums that we have there and all of the different candidate informative programs and such. There are a lot of them, and you can really learn a lot.
Yes, absolutely.
So anyway, thank you so much, and let's now take.
Now we're live streaming. Let's let the Akaku audience hear us back. Aloha.
Aloha.
Okay, Akaku audience, you just heard that. We're at the West Maui Taxpayers. We're streaming live on Akaku, and I appreciate that you're going to be able to see us, and our candidates are all here. We're anxious to start off with, and I always like to start everything in prayer. And to do that for us here, we got Pastor Lucky, a senior pastor of Church on the Go, and Pastor Lucky, take it away.
May the Lord God bless you and keep you. May God's face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. And may the Lord God lift up his countenance upon all of you and give you peace, prosperity, and pleasure of what he chose for you to be, the vessel to feel his love in you, to love those that may not know the one he chose. With that said, amen.
That's what aloha means.
Well, after 30,000 weddings, I asked the tourists when they come here to get married, vow renewals. I said, you know what this means? He said, yeah, it means shaka, hang loose. I said, that's for you tourists. For us Kanaka Maui, this means aloha. So you repeat after me, I'll let you know meaning of aloha. Aloha means always, Love. Over. Hate. Always. No more Hawaiians, no more aloha, but no more keakua, no more love. Plus, I'm the annual Christmas Santa Claus. So repeat after me. I'll let you know what ho ho means. Ho 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 means hearts open, hands out, helping others. Listen, as it is written, you love me, then feed my sheep. If they're hungry, feed them. If they're naked, clothe them. If they're strangers, take them into your house. If you went in for Keakua, these Hawaiian was homeless when we were young. I watched my dad steal a can of Spam because we didn't have no food. Grandma said, if you're hungry, plant the food. They put the pig in the imu, go get the egg from the chicken. It's sad. 80% of the food comes from the mainland. If that ship sinks in the ocean, now what the hell are we going to do? It's time to hui together. And let's go ahead and spread the aloha with those that may not know the one that loved him because he chose you, the one he loved. Go get him started, girl. I will preach this right now. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you so much. Well, that's what it's all about. Let's get a big hand for Pastor Lucky. Love this guy, and we've got that on our shirts. If you take a look at our shirts, always love over hate, always. That's part of our thing, and that's what we think Hawaii needs now, is to be reminded of what aloha means. You know, we got to come together. This is not a time. This is a time when no one is happy about a lot of things, justifiably so. The hardest thing for me has been able to deal with justifiable anger, because there's a lot of justifiable anger out there. Now, what do you do with that? I don't know, how much luck have you had dealing with justifiable anger? To me, the only answer has been a spiritual one. All I know today is that I don't know. The more I know I don't know. You know, I got to release, let go, trust God, and do the next right thing and the next right thing, and just trust God for that, because the only one that can change things is God. God opens the door, and no man can shut it, but he closes the door, no man can open it up. And Pastor, you got something?
Kalamai'au, we grew up here in Nakupuna. Tutu said they never had no coffee cups, so they took the bamboos up to the river to get water. Then they said, what the net about? To remind us, Kanaka Maoli, we're still fishers of men. As it is written, that woman said, give me that water to the Lord so I no thirst no more. Now, if you can tell me my age, you got one to pick right now. How old you think I am? Oh, thank you, Lord. Bless him.
Okay, well, you guys didn't know that we have both candidates night and church. Okay, this is a combo, so we're doing both things tonight. Thank you, Pastor Lucky. So for those of you who haven't got one, I hope you've gotten one of our programs here. It shows you a layout of what the program is tonight. It's got posted rules about this, and aloha is what it's all about. We have, always love over hate, and to no smoking in the meeting area. All speakers from the community, as well as who are responding, are reminded to be ambassadors of aloha. That means to be mindful that we all came here in different canoes, and yet we are all in the same boat. We are all entitled to courteous consideration. Personal attacks, vulgarity, or offensive language will not be tolerated. Thank you for bringing that. And we also have on the left-hand side a message from me that I'm not going to bother to go and read all that stuff, but basically it says your votes count. It gives you some background about the West Maui Taxpayers, what it's all about. We urge people to get educated and vote. Your vote does count. And elections have been impacted or changed by just a few votes. And it appears that might be the case again coming up this year. So every vote counts. Get informed and make the right decision. We're going to recognize it. Did Rick Nava came in? He's one of my board members. He was late. He's hiding back. There's Rick. Is Greg Nelson still back there, or did he leave again? We keep missing him. Anyway, Greg Nelson, Rick Nava was on our board. He's been on our board for a long time, and he's here now also. Okay. The way this is going to work, we're going to go through, because we have a strict script on Akaku and the live stream and the order and sequence of events. There's not going to be any deviation. We've got our candidates. Each candidate has been sent. State candidates, all candidates have been sent what questions we're going to ask them. And in the past, we've given an option to pick a couple of them and respond to that, but not this time. They're going to answer each one. We have a timekeeper here. Michelle Fernandez is on our board. She did such a good job for us last time. We were so happy that she volunteered to do it again for us. Thank you, Michelle. Questions will be presented in a question and answer with me. They're going to have 1 minute introduction. Then they'll be asked 2 or more of the 3 or 4 questions attached. This may vary per race and time constraints. They will have a response time of 2 minutes per question. The last question each candidate will ask their opponent a question. They'll have 1 minute to ask that question or less, a question, and the opponent will have a 2 minute time to respond. So please kakua on that. That's an interesting little addition we've added this year. And remember aloha in that process. Please remember that West Maui Taxpayers Candidates Night is designed to inform West Maui voters and to campaign the campaign materials. We hope that if you have individual questions you'd like to talk with the candidates afterwards or while this is still going on, you can do so outside of the informational tables. I hope a lot of you took advantage of that time. I was happy to see a lot of people out there engaging in good discussion, and that's good. That was great. It's a way to have those personal questions or things answered directly between you and the candidates. So, timekeeper, Sergeant at Arms, Rick Nava, there's right here. Rick's going to make sure that the next people in line are going to be coming to those chairs right there so that the people who are here talking, when their time is up, the next in line will come straight up so we can just move this along. The whole idea is we wanted to move it along and be in time and in sync with the script, I guess, that Akaku has, the informational background that will go with each candidate. So that's why our schedule is going to be set in that order. We're starting off, due to time constraints, the Maui mayor's race. And right here, first we're going to have the Maui's mayor's race, so we can have Richard Bisson and Mike Victorino. Please come up. Come on up. Thank you. Switch on? Oh, okay. What are you doing? Thanks for coming. Thank you. Get it. Turn your mic on. Thank you. Good. Glad you made it. I guess you had an interesting time on the plane.
3 hours.
I guess the mayor's flight was delayed and he was on the tarmac and we didn't know if we was going to make it in time. But, you know, God will make a way, right? Yes. God makes a way. How does that work out? I can't figure it out, but God will make a way. And that's how we're talking about this, everything. We don't know the way, but there will be a way. So as we start out, each of our mayoral candidates was given questions. I had a podium in years past. I feel weird not having my podium. So I have a seat with a little padded cushion. I don't know, this is incredible. It's so different. Have you ever stood behind a podium for 3 hours? Sitting on a padded cushion is a much better result. Let's to the county council, the county candidates. Maui County, the first issue. Maui County has been suffering from an ongoing crisis in the lack of affordable housing and workforce housing. The county council removed hundreds of acres.
Introduction.
Oh. Okay, thank you. I just swooped right ahead and swooped over the introductions. We're going to start off with Richard Bisson. Richard, would you please do your introduction?
Aloha mai kako, velina mai pakahia pau. I'm Richard Bisson. My family comes from Kahului, where I was raised, but my mom's family comes from on the other side of this mountain. The Nakoas come from Kahakuloa. My father's family, his mother, the Pahukoas, come from Keanai, and the Bissons from Paia. So my parents raised my sisters and I here. I attended St. Anthony's School. I attended Santa Clara University, where I got my degree in political science, my law degree from the University of Hawaii. I was a prosecutor for 15 years, a judge for 17 years. I held a couple other positions. And I'm looking forward to being able to serve our community as the next mayor and to make it a better place for, of course, all of our children and grandchildren and those yet to be born. So, mahalo. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
Aloha everyone, Mayor Michael Victorino. Born and raised in Hawaii Island, has been a resident of Maui County for 50 years. My mom was the former Irene Canberra. The Canberra, Souzas, Matias, and Koahanoanos are my family here, all from Central Maui and upcountry. You know, I've been very honored to serve this community in many capacities. Mayor for the last 4 years, or almost 4 years, and as county council member for 10 from the Wailuku, Waihe, Waikapu area. 40 years of service to St. Anthony Church, Knights of Columbus, and numerous nonprofits throughout the county, multiple sports, and also he was a director of the Maui County Fair for 9 years, the biggest event in this county. And you know, I've been honored that my family and I really believe that this is a place that we can only continue to make better. We've gone through 2.5 of horrific years, uncertainty and some real challenges. So I ask everyone to please consider Mike Victorino for mayor.
Thank you very much. Now, question one will be asked. We'll start with Richard Bisson. I'm going to give the issue again, and this is going to be the issues are the same for all of our county candidates. The issue: Maui County has been suffering from an ongoing crisis in the lack of affordable housing and workforce housing. The County Council removed hundreds of acres of ag land in West Maui where affordable housing could have been in their version of the West Maui Community Plan. Incredibly, the County Council ignored the award-winning Kaanapali 2020 Community Plan, where much of this housing had been previously embraced in the Maui Island Plan. As such, it conflicts with the Maui Island Plan. It invites legal liabilities and disrespects years of work by volunteer community members. I know all this because I was part of that, Kaanapali 20. For 20 years, I attended meetings for 20 years. And I tell you, Mei Fujiwara, Bruno Ariyoshi, just so many incredible individuals have passed away, all died thinking that this was all done deal, and now it's changed. So the question is, what will you do to support making necessary changes to the West Maui Community Plan to restore these hundreds of acres back to ag and back in compliance with the Maui Island Plan and the award-winning Kaanapali 2020 Community Plan?
In my travels around our county, the thing I hear the most from the West Maui community is how forgotten they feel, and how, as a group that brings in so much revenue to this county, how their thoughts and their wishes are not followed. And this is an example of that. The West Maui Community Plan, County Plan, does not align with the Maui Island Plan or Kaanapali 2020's plan. What I would do is I'd have my planning director request of the Maui Planning Commission to identify all lands within our community, within our county, that have community plan designations that do not align with the Maui Island Plan, and starting first with West Maui. And I would have them recommend priority parcels for community plan amendments. And then I would instruct my administration to make legislation so that we could put that into effect. We as a community, we should honor the work that our volunteers, who we ask to do the work, why have them put the work in, whether it's 20 years or 20 hours? Why have them put in all the work to be ignored? So that would be my plan of action.
Thank you very much. Question two, the issue, South Maui, South Lahaina. No, we're not going to do that back and forth. We're going to have you go all the way through, and then we'll have him, unless you want to do it this way. Okay? Any preference? All right, so then we'll let you go to question two. Issue, South Lahaina, Laniapoko, Olawalo, Ukimehame are all areas outside the Maui Fire Department's 5-mile radius of the Lahaina Fire Station, and therefore a greater risk of fire and life safety due to the length of Maui Fire Department response time. We almost lost all of Lahaina in August of 2018 from a brush fire that came from Olawalu to Lahaina Luna Road. The West Maui Improvement Foundation has entered into a memorandum of understanding with Olawalu Homes, Inc. for a donated land and includes cooperation from the county administration and a public-private partnership to develop an Olawalu fire substation, which will be paid for with private community funds, gifted to the county of Maui, which will staff and operate the facility. It is intended to be a kickstart temporary substation funded by community donations and passed on to the county at no charge to them or the taxpayers. This is not meant to be the final and permanent fire station solution. This is essentially what the West Maui Improvement Foundation did over 20 years ago with the Napili Fire and Ambulance Station. The Haiku Fire Station was prompted and promoted by the county in 2005 as the next one to be done, and hasn't started yet. So we can't afford to wait 20 years for fire stations to be started here. Question, what will you do to support the county to facilitate and embrace the public-private partnership between West Maui Improvement Foundation, development of the Olawalu Fire Substation with County of Maui Planning Department to be initiating land use requirements and entitlements and budgeting for staffing as they did with the Napili Fire and Ambulance Station? And 2B to that, would it make sense in your opinion to shift the county planned bricks and mortar Haiku Fire Station budgeted at $16.5 million to our modular station, which we could do for them for $4 million, saving taxpayers over $12 million? Richard Bisson.
Okay. This is a different format.
What?
I guess, well, we'll just do it this way. First of all, I would support the personnel and the equipment that's needed to complete this fire station personnel or program. I would make sure that we're following the national standard of fire and occupation and safety. I would make sure that the I guess the entitlements that you mentioned in the question are in place and granted. I'm not sure. You said this was not intended to be the final, but sort of a temporary. Modular kind of implies that. But what I would not do is I would not confuse this with the Haiku fire station that's in place. That has been in the planning for probably close to 20 years. There is no fire station between Paia and Hana. And the Paia fire station receives the second most calls on the island. The first is actually Lahaina. And so for safety of our people there, I would not try to, nor do I think Haiku people would appreciate having West Maui decide what's best for them. I think they've been through these sort of public hearings that we're holding today. So I also think that in the Haiku situation, they want to build a larger station. There might be a heliport. There might be other reasons that they need a different type of station than what we're planning for Olawalu. And so for those reasons, I would not change what's already in place, at least without the input of the fire chief, public safety, and the Haiku community.
Thank you very much for your response. You know, I can see that the way I'm going here wasn't the way to go. I think we should continue this. We'll let the mayor now respond to that questions.
No.
Yeah.
You're not going to say that. You set it up this way.
Okay.
Follow it. You should maybe for the next groups really make the change. To be perfectly honest, to be liable, a legitimate. This is a kind of hard way where you hear him answering and then he answering and he answering and then I answer. So I think that's not a good way, Joe.
Exactly. Well, I agree with you, and that's what I'm trying to correct that right now by correcting that.
You're doing it in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
So you change the rules in the middle of the game, or you change things around. It makes it difficult for everybody. So why don't we finish the way we had planned it on this room, and maybe for the next ones, for all the council members and state governor, all that, you do it one by one.
One by one. All right. Yeah, we can do that. Right? Yeah, let's make the correction right now. We're having the request is to have it corrected right now if we can, Mayor. So, would you have a problem with that? Do you want me to repeat the question again?
No. But it's easy for everyone to talk, and I'm just being fair. You start start something, you can do it that way. But if you want to change it again, I'm good. Go ahead, change it now.
Okay, so then do we want to repeat the question about the fire station again?
No, they gotta go to question number 1.
Oh, yeah. So,
You know, if you want to be fair, you gotta go back to question number 1.
okay.
I don't even know what.
All right, thank you. I'll go back to question 1. The question number 1 was the Maui County has been suffering from an ongoing crisis in the lack of affordable housing and workforce housing. The county council removed hundreds of acres of ag land in West Maui where affordable housing could have been in their version of the West Maui Community Plan. Incredibly, the county council ignored the award-winning Kaanapali 2020 Community Plan, where much of this housing had been previously embraced in the Maui Island Plan. As such, it conflicts with the Maui Island Plan and invites legal liabilities and disrespects years of work by volunteer community members. Question: what will you do to support making necessary changes to the West Maui community to restore these hundreds of acres of land back to ag and back in compliance with the Maui Island Plan and the award-winning Kaanapali 2020 Community Plan?
Well, Joe, you and I have had many conversations in this area, and I have insisted that it go back to the Planning Commission. And we have formed a group to send it back. In fact, it should be in the Planning Commission's hand right now. But I have asked also to wait till after this election to see what happens, because I think if we have the same council members, they would override whatever we did. So I felt the fairness in this is that, yes, I instructed my departments to make the changes, to go back to the Kaanapali 2020 plan. I believe that we look for different parcels that, you have mentioned that we should bring forth and keep it in the housing categories like you wanted, and all what Bruno and all the other people have done. And, me, I was a strong proponent of that. And so I want to respect that. And I believe that no group should really just undermine what the citizens of an area have said. And the citizens of this area said they wanted that 2020 plan, and that's the way it should be. And I would, support that, and whatever else needs to be done. But right now, I'm proud to say that we have Pulelehua with 800 units that is started up, and they're going to add more affordable housing to that group because of some subsidies that we in the council with a public-private partnership that we're doing. We have the Star Noodle project that will be completed probably in the next 2 weeks, and they'll start occupying 89 units that will be occupied. We have other units that are being built, and Hawaiian Homes. I have worked with Bill Isla from Hawaiian Homes, and we have an agreement right now that I will run the sewer line, the R1 water, and water lines past that so they can connect and not have to pay anything for infrastructure costs. So we've been working on building housing out here right at this very moment, and we're going to continue to work hard.
Thank you very much for that response. And now going to the second question. Do you want me to repeat the question?
Please.
Okay. The issue with South Lahaina, Laniapoko, Olowalu, Ukumehami are all areas outside of the Maui Fire Department's 5-mile radius of the Lahaina Fire Station, and therefore at greater risk of fire and life safety due to the length of Maui Fire Department response time. We almost lost all of Lahaina in August of 2018 from a brush fire that came from Olowalu to Lahaina Luna Road. The West Maui Improvement Foundation has entered into a MOU with Olowalu Homes for donated land and includes a cooperation from the county administration in a public-private partnership to develop an Olowalu fire substation, which will be paid for with private community funds gifted to the County of Maui, who will staff and operate the facility. It is intended to be a kickstart temporary substation funded by community donations and passed on to the county at no charge to them or the taxpayers. This is not meant to be the final and permanent fire station solution. This is essentially what the West Maui Improvement Foundation did over 20 years ago within the Pili Fire and Ambulance Station. And then we said that the Haiku Fire Station, which was prompted by the county in 2005, is not started yet. We cannot afford to wait 20 years for fire stations that are needed. Question is, what will you do to support the county to facilitate and embrace the public-private partnership between West Maui Improvement Foundation, development of the Olowalu Fire Substation with the County of Maui, Planning Department to be initiating land use requirements and entitlements and budgeting for staffing as they did within the Pili Fire and Ambulance Station?
Thank you for that question. We have already signed a memorandum of understanding and we're now putting an agreement together with the partnership between the county and the West Maui Taxpayers Foundation. And this is something that we have worked on for almost a year and a half, Joe, and we are ready to move ahead. This challenge that we face out in Olowalu is not just to fight fires, but accidents and drownings or even ocean accidents. And so our plan is to not only have a fire truck and fire tanker truck in there, but to have an emergency one like they have in Ma'alaya, and also have a police substation added to that. That would be an extension of what we agreed upon. And remember, we looked at that also. And what we'll do is, this will be a public-private partnership. We would provide all of the necessary equipment, personnel, and apparatuses that are needed in the facility, and we would operate that. But on Haiku, we have worked for almost 20 years to get where we are right now. And I believe we're very close to finishing the final EIS and EA. And once that is completed, we will really start to move the dirt and get the construction of a badly needed Haiku fire station. The chief and all the chiefs I've ever worked with, and there's been 3 chiefs, all want to see that fire station out there. We have all the necessary facilities to support that on East Kuehaha Road. And so I think we're in a very good position to get that done very soon. I appreciate your offer, but I think I would not want to change it at this point, because this is what the chief and the personnel of the fire department have requested, and we have done 3 or 4 studies already, and all the studies have led to this thing. Now, I want to close one thing. When you talk about classifications, there's 2 things that come into play when you're talking classification. Not just a fire station 5 miles radius. You have to have necessary fire suppression. In other words, fire hydrants, not standpipes. If you do not have fire hydrants, they cannot give you a different classification, even if the fire station is within 5 miles.
Hello? No, thank you very much. So we were just wondering, would it make any sense in question 2B to shift county, the bricks and mortars, if there hasn't been a contract awarded to build that station, if the contract has not been signed? We have got this new modular concept that we could build the 5-man fire station for under $4 million and save the county $12.5 million. Would it make sense to do that?
At this point in time, we've looked into that, and I think the department and the people of Haiku deserve a brick and mortar where we have permanency, and that will be for hopefully for years to come, like 50 to 75 years before we have to make any major changes. We hope that will work.
Thank you. Well, I got more to say there, but that's not the purpose of this. So I'm sorry. So. Yeah, Judge Bishop, do you want to add more comments to that?
I think I did earlier, but
yeah.
The important thing is they're thinking about having a heliport as well as part of Haiku because of the mountain rescues and ocean rescues that they perform out on that part of the island. So I think if you're going to rethink that into a modular, you got to take that into account. But again, we want to give time to everybody else for tonight, so I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Now we can get back into the right format the way we should have, and I thank you for giving me an opportunity to do that. Thank you for your cooperation on that. So another question, we'll start off with you, Judge Bisson, and then we'll ask Mayor Victorino to respond to it after that. Issue, the homeless and houseless crisis has no immediate end in sight, and innovative actions are required to permit safe areas for sheltering as possible. Mental health screening and adequate provisions for health and safety services need to be combined with this effort. This may include eliminating prohibitions against added Ohana allowances on existing residential lots, allowing areas for RVs, trailers, and vehicles, allowing sleeping safe areas. It may also include repurposing commercial buildings into mixed-use housing and dwelling units. The question is, what initiatives do you support which can be adopted by the county to address our growing homeless and houseless crisis?
So we've discussed this before in other forums, and I think the key is to use existing infrastructure to help with this issue. One of the ideas was to try to convert the rental car lots at the airport, since they already have parking spaces, they have an administration building or administrative building. They're fenced in, and the idea was to allow people who have working vehicles to have a place that they can go to in the evenings. And those administrative buildings can be, changed to have showers, to have washers and dryers, to have a place to plug in electronic equipment, the charging stations. You could bring in your counselors in the evening to try to help these folks get perhaps transitional housing, to also have maybe help them schedule an appointment for renewing the driver's license or a dental appointment, something as basic as that. One of the things we know about people in the homeless and the houseless community is some of the reasons they don't go to appointments is because they don't have anywhere to store everything that they own, which they carry with them. And so we should also consider having storage, setting up storage facilities to have them be able to put their things away so they can actually go to an appointment. But those are some of the ideas that we've been putting around since this campaign started. I know the county is taking some steps towards that near the Cameron Center. That would not have been the spot that I would have chosen to do this. It's for the simple fact that that facility is used by other users in the evening, sometimes in the early morning hours. There would have been other locations perhaps that could be looked at. And likewise with commercial spaces that are vacant, again, they have existing infrastructure. They have water, they have sewer, they have parking, they have places that we could consider also. And that's implied in your question as well.
Thank you very much. Mayor, do you want to repeat the question, or can you go?
No, this time I've got it.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, and we have been working with the county council on a safe parking facility to make sure that also, if that particular area by the Cameron Center has all the wraparound services in that area. MEO is there, and there are a number of other agencies that will be available to help them in the afternoon and evening when they return home from work. So we thought that was an ideal place to start. And it was a starting point. We have also looked at some properties, and we have 3 here in Lahaina that I'm looking at right now. And Weinberg Foundation and others are talking to us about some lands and some facilities that are becoming available, and we're looking to buy some of that. We recently bought the Wayside Apartments, and thanks to the council member Paulton and all of us working together, I think that will keep 20 families in affordable rentals in perpetuity. We're going to have to do some work on the property, but I think it's a good buy all around. And also, what we're building out here is affordable rentals. The 400 units affordable rentals that will be brought up over the next 2.5 years will be very, very important. Finally, we're working with Kahaleakeola and looking to put pallet homes and some other structures on the land behind of their existing lot right now. And so we're excited about the possibilities there. We need to build adequate residential housing for them and make sure that they don't have to sleep in their car, that we can. And by the way, the airport, if you go there now, all the airport's facilities are now packed with vehicles and other equipment. And I've just gotten notice from the airport that even our site queue that we've been utilizing may have to be moved because they want the land back to do some further development and upgrades to our airport.
Thank you very much. And now the new wrinkle we've asked here, our last question. Candidate 1, I will start with Judge Bisson. We'll ask Mayor Victorino a question in 1 minute to ask that question, and then the opponent answers a 2-minute response time.
I'll ask a West Maui question. You stated you care about the citizens and the environment, but yet you've insisted on pursuing the discharge of treated sewage water into the injection wells here on West Maui, costing taxpayers $4.3 million paid to the law firm that defended that. And recently the court ordered an additional $1 million to the law firm that won that lawsuit. After losing in court and having this been voted on by the council, and also having a petition signed by over 16,000 or around 16,000 citizens, can you tell us how this decision benefited the taxpayers and our environment?
Thank you for that question. The idea of the $4.9 million, which was already allocated and paid because the case before going to the Supreme Court was the last part of the desire to find the what we call path to the right direction, because the state, even to till today, has not given us our permits for discharge. Now we have worked hard here. We bought the Honokawai Reservoir, and right now we are now pumping water up there for test purposes. We'll be able to put 6 million gallons a day in there and use for agriculture and creating green zones pumping across so that we can prevent brush fires. We also found that there was ways that we can utilize R1 water in other capacities with the hotels. So all this money that was spent in litigation has now come back to help us now have an actual plan, which even the environmentalists agree with. And we are happy that we had the Supreme Court ruling. They have now given us 7 tests to prove that the R1 water that is being injected into the well has to leach into the systems. And I think that has made it much easier for not only us here in Maui County, but other counties throughout the United States. So I'm proud to say that we will save millions of dollars in the future by utilizing R1 water here in West Maui.
Thank you very much. And now, Mayor Victorino, you can ask Judge Bisson a question.
I really don't have a question for you, but I guess I have a statement. Would you join me, Judge Bisson, in congratulating and accepting the governor day before yesterday signed into law an effort to prevent and to give the women of Hawaii and anyone coming into Hawaii reproductive rights. Would you join me in saying yes to that? Because I think that's a great thing that the governor has done.
If you're asking, yes, I'm pro-choice. And if that's what you're asking, the answer is yes.
Thank you very much. Let's give our mayoral candidates a round of applause. Thank you so much. This is for you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, there's the aloha spirit going on between our mayoral candidates, and we're so grateful that they're sticking with the program, and now it got me back on track in the way I should be doing this debate. So now we'd like to go from there. We're going from, did you have something, Rick?
Yeah, when you call people to come, the next one, if you could just mention their name to get ready.
Oh, okay. Well, we're going to, the U.S. Senator, Fina Monahan. Yes, there you are. Did I mispronounce it? I did, I'm sorry. And then after her will be our State Senator, Angus McKelvey, Melissa Shiseido, and Sheila Walker. If you can please come over here and have a seat right over there on these 3 chairs. Please, the 3 of you. And then after them will be our state representatives, Kelly Armstrong, Ellie Cochran, and Leonard Nakoa. So please, Angus, Melissa, and Sheila, have a seat on the 3 chairs over here against the wall. If we can get you to go over there, please. And then you'll be ready to come up with it. And I'm so sorry for apologize for mispronouncing your name. Would you say your name correctly?
Aloha.
Got to lift.
It's on.
Is it on?
It's on.
Okay, go try it again.
Aloha, Maui. My name is Fina Banoan, and I am a libertarian. I'm running for U.S. Senate here, and I want to tell you right now, I love Maui. I love you all here, and thank you for having me. Thank you. Libertarians don't get invited to a lot of things, and so I really appreciate this invite, especially considering it's one of those activities that's not pay to play, and I appreciate that. I'm a patriot first. I put the people before my party, and as you can see, there's no one here to debate me, and there's 5 candidates on the ballot. You will not see me again on TV, probably. There will be no more debates. And are we in my introduction? Because I thought I was just saying my name correctly. Am I an introduction? Okay, well, hello, I'm a veteran. I live on Oahu. I've lived in Hawaii for 10 years. I married a fine Filipino man, born and raised first generation on Oahu. He's still serving in the military as well. And I hope to win your vote for the Senate, because nothing will send a message to Washington that Hawaii is ready for something different, that America is ready for something different than sending a libertarian to represent you in the U.S. Senate. Because I'm not going to go there and vote yes just because one side says no. I'm going there to represent the people, you. There we go.
Thank you. Here's the questions we have for our U.S. Senator and U.S. Congress is, Hawaii has suffered higher prices related to the Jones Act. Question is, what can you do to make necessary changes to the Jones Act which can lower costs to Hawaii residents?
Thank you for that question. My answer is in the Jones Act. Now, when you go to the negotiation table, you don't start with your breaking point. You go and you ask for more than what you're willing to walk away with. And I say in the Jones Act. And that doesn't just get the conversation started. It gives us leverage, and it gives us a new starting point for compromise. I'm a Navy veteran. I spent years out to sea, and I've traveled around the world, and I understand the need for national security. But when you say in the Jones Act, instead of walking away with less and breadcrumbs, we can do what we can all agree on, and that's repeal the shipbuild requirement and exempt the non-contiguous regions of Alaska, Puerto Rico, Guam, and Hawaii. Those are the things that really affect your cost of living here in Hawaii. Especially Maui, especially the outer islands, because all of the stuff usually comes to Oahu first. And then it's got to get on another ship to come to Maui. And that's extra shipping costs. That's tack on another 10 cents to your milk. That's tack on another $1 to every piece of, it adds up. It's nickeling and diming along with all the other taxes. So I say in the Jones Act, let's move this century-old act out and let's look at it. Let's see what works, what's not working, okay? And I wish my opponents were here because they are both pro-Jones Act the way it is, just so you know.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm a Navy vet too. I appreciate your Navy vet. Issue, Hawaii relies heavily upon federal dollars for infrastructure. The federal flood control funds for the completion of our Lahaina-Kahoma flood channel has a starting point and an ending point, but no federal dollars for the connection to connect the two, the starting point to the ending point. A 100-year flood is predicted to be able to literally wipe out Lahaina town because this vital safety flood control channel project has lost its project sponsor, major proponent, Senator Daniel Inouye, which brought us all the money to get that going, and now that, of course, we lost him. The question is, what will you do to restore federal funds to complete this project?
Okay. I've lived here for 10 years. This was before my time. And so I had to do some research because my first question was, why did it stop? Hawaii gets a lot of federal funding already. In fact, my opponent is bragging on all the radio stations and TVs about how much money he's bringing into the state of Hawaii, but at what cost? That's my question. But here's my libertarian answer. I want you to know this, that libertarians believe taxation is theft, first and foremost. And so when you go asking where are we going to find these federal dollars, I'm going to tell you, I don't know, because I'm a taxation is theft person. I think we need to cut federal spending and federal taxes. And the people of Hawaii should be able to spend their own money in the places where they feel is necessary. We shouldn't have to go beg our senators to get our money back. We shouldn't have to do that. And we should let the people keep their money. And if the people of Maui want to build that flood diversion, let them do it. Just do it. Like Nike says, right? Just do it, right? There's what is your county budget over $1 billion this year, and there was no room for emergency preparedness there? You had money to build golf courses? Because I did my research. I didn't know anything about this particular issue, and so I had to research this. Why isn't this being funded already? Why are other things being prioritized? You shouldn't have to go and beg your senator for funds. And like I said, if the people of Hawaii want this, do it. Make it happen. You have the power. You are the power.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And that's all the questions we had for the federal candidates. And you don't have an opportunity to ask your opponent a question because they're not here.
No.
You know, that's not right. I'm sorry, so sorry that they're not, because I would have loved to hear your debate on that. It's too
I
bad.
had some good questions for them.
So
I really did. I promise you I did.
if you have, would you like to do a, if so-and-so was here, here's what I would ask them? You want to do that?
Sure.
Okay.
If Brian Schatz was here, he brags about how much money he's bringing to Hawaii, and I want to ask him at what cost? The cost of Red Hill? The cost of poisoning our water for over a decade and doing nothing? And I would like to ask the same question to Bob McDermott, who is also an incumbent, who knew about this and did nothing. And a lot of you folks out there are upset about the mandates. Well, neither one of them did anything. Do not vote these incumbents back in. Both of them are incumbents. They do not deserve your vote. They are not here in Maui. They are not here to see you. They're not here to listen to you, but I am. I'm here to listen because I care. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you for your service. Coming up next, our State Senator Angus. Melissa, she's not here. Melissa Shishiro, she's not here. And Sheila Walker, if you'll please come up. And then taking where their seats are, if we can have sitting over there, Kelly Armstrong, Ellie Cochran, and Leonard Nakoa. If you'll please come over to those three chairs over there so we can move you right along. Thank you so much. Thank you, Angus.
Hey, thank
Put
you.
your, Sheila, you put your little placards up there so everybody can see your placard. Thank you. That's your rotary pen. Okay. Thank you. Now we'll start off with, Angus, if you don't mind, we'll go ladies first. Okay, the state candidate questions. Oh, I did it again. Can we do an introduction, please? First, you got an introduction. Sheila?
Aloha, I'm Sheila Walker. You may be wanting to know a little more about me and why I'm running for office. And I just want to tell you, I'm here because I care about you. I care about Maui County, and I care about the people who live here. I care about you, and you, and you. And I will be your senator full-time, year-round, for 12 months. Did you know that the senators only have to go to Oahu for 4 months? They only have to work for 4 months. I will work for you for 12 months. I'll go there, do my job for 4 months, and then I'll be in the community. And I live in this community full-time, not part-time. I don't have a house on Oahu. I live here. I live in Maui Meadows, and I love my community, and I will always put Maui first. Thank you.
Thank you. Angus?
Hello, hello, hello. Okay, aloha everybody. My name is Angus McKelvey. I'm currently your state representative for District 10, and I'm running for state senate. And I've been lucky enough to be born and raised and a part of this community nearly my entire life. And I'm proud to have been working for you full time for the people of Maui during that tenure. And I hope to represent you in the state senate to tackle the problems that are facing us, extreme problems, problems of climate change and inundation, problems of affordable housing and rentals, problems of trying to basically move in the existing highway, extend the bypass north, and also create flood control issues. I'm happy to offer my experience to the community I love, and will work hard for you as I have done in the past. Aloha.
Thank you very much, Angus. Okay, the issue, first question. The issue, State of Hawaii Certificate of Need requirement is not conducive to the best interests of the people of the State of Hawaii as revealed in the COVID-19 pandemic. The State of Hawaii legislature passed a resolution, HCR number 123, requesting that the Legislative Reference Bureau conduct a study of the necessity for Hawaii's Certificate of Need program under Chapter 323D. Hawaii Revised Statutes. A copy of that resolution was provided to all state candidates who are listed on the West Maui ballot. Question number 1, do you know about the certificate of need requirement and how it has been detrimental to the health and safety needs of the people of Maui County? Will you support elimination of CON requirements to bona fide medical service providers who want to provide life-saving healthcare services to West Maui? I'll start with you, Sheila.
If you have a heart attack, a stroke, a diabetic episode, or a traumatic accident, your golden hour is very short. How many of you have ever been stuck on the Poly on the way to Costco? You know how frustrating it is, and you're just going shopping. What if you're in the back of an ambulance and it's life or death? You're not going to make it to Maui Memorial. You are going to be DOA. How many of you know or had a loved one that died on the way to the hospital? It's sad, but true. And there's no reason for this. Absolutely, we must do everything possible to bring this hospital service to West Maui. We can abolish this certificate of need. We already have it available. So we need a partner in the hospital, and we need to take action on this now. There's no reason why we should put this off. It's obscene, it's unconscionable, and I will do everything within my power to bring a hospital to West Maui. Because I will always put Maui first. You, the people, I care about you. We deserve proper health care on this side of the island. Thank you.
Thank you. Angus, you want me to repeat the question, or you want to go?
Hello. Oh, there we go. Okay. Certificate of need, to the point made earlier, our existing proposed West Maui Hospital, Mr. Hoyle, does have a certificate of need. Now the question is basically getting the funding to go ahead and get it built out. We need not only emergency services, but we need the common office space for doctors and specialists. We need the ability to have long-term care on this island. I watched my mom basically have to be shipped off to the other side of the island to get long-term care. And we also need the ability to have drug and alcohol rehabilitation services and mental health services within our own community. I'm working with Mr. Hoyle and with Joanne Johnson-Weiner on putting in a grant and aid next session, if I'm elected, to get them the offset monies that they've invested into the infrastructure improvements so we can build out the facilities as fast as possible. We need to crack open the insurance providers to ensure that they recognize and will facilitate copay for the services of our facility. So these are the things, if elected, that I will do to get the West Maui Hospital going. And Joe, to your point, I helped to co-introduce that resolution with Representative Mizuno, and I think we need to look at the CON insofar as specialty services like cancer treatment goes, because we can't have enough services like cancer treatment for our community in Maui. Aloha. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Issue: the alarming increase in violence, suicides, homelessness, and drug addictions all share the underlying commonality of mental health issues. This seems to be acknowledged, but Hawaii has not prioritized increased availability of mental health services and should immediately invest in increasing access to and services by qualified mental health professionals. Question: what will you do to support legislation to invest in physician recruitment and facility development for increased access and availability of treatment for mental health services? Sheila, we'll start with you.
Do you know at Maui Memorial there are only 9 mental health practitioners, 9 mental health practitioners at the hospital. A community our size usually have over 200 mental health practitioners. So we are way below par in our mental health services here. Not to mention, we don't have enough drug rehabilitation centers. We don't even have enough general doctors here. Even before the pandemic, we were down around 700 doctors in the state. So we have a problem retaining doctors. Part of the reason is because malpractice is way too high for them to afford it. And young doctors can't afford to come here because they have their school loans to pay off. And if they want to have a family, heaven forbid, they don't have enough money to survive because it's just too cost prohibitive, so we can't retain our doctors. So we must come up with a way to entice better doctors to stay here on the island. And one of the things we can do is to eliminate the GET for doctors. Practicing doctors should not have to pay taxes on their income here. So we can provide more perks for the people and for the doctors that want to come here, and you will get better services. We'll have better mental health services. And again, Maui comes first. Our tax dollars need to stay here, not go to Oahu.
Thank you very much. Angus, do you want to repeat the question or you got it?
What's that?
You want me to repeat the question or you
No, increasing mental health services to help our community, especially the homeless population. No, there are many things that we need to do that we've started the road on, but we need to continue on. This year we passed a major telehealth bill to extend telehealth services, especially those who are suffering from mental addiction and immediate trauma. We need to expand this program, and again, we need to fight to ensure that the insurance companies accept these telehealth services and will reimburse them at the highest tier possible. We also need to go ahead, and I've been talking to some of the psychologists who've recently moved in our community. We need to aggressively work with DCCA to expedite and speed up license acceptance of psychologists from other states who come here to practice so they can start serving our community right away. And we also need to increase funding for mental health services, especially at the front line. We need to emulate something that's being done in Honolulu, which is a combination strike force, if you will, that puts more mental health providers in the front lines in our communities where the homeless populations are. And I think also what we need to do is we need to expand our loan forgiveness program that we've done through the John A. Burns School of Medicine that we currently have for doctors, and extend it to mental health psychologists and other professionals, whereby they get complete loan forgiveness and support if they serve in the rural communities for a certain amount of time. And I think these are some of the ways we can go ahead and advance mental health services, because these are one of the things that I think all of us in this room agree upon, on all the candidates, is we need to do everything we can to provide as many mechanisms, not only to bring more mental health services here, but also to create facilities that will allow them to be here and to practice. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Issue. The state of Hawaii has been criticized for having more burdens and regulations and red tape, earning a, quote, anti-business state, unquote, label. This just got worse when the State Commission of Water Resources Management, Commission of Water Resource Management, exercised what it's been referred to by the Grassroots Institute as a power grab to have the state DLNR's Commission on Water Resource Management designating all of Lahaina wells and surface water to now require a state review and permit also. Every known developer on Maui and landowner, and even the County of Maui's Water Department, submitted objections to this and requested it to be deferred and to study the unintended consequences of that move first, and that was totally ignored. So the question is, what will you do to support an immediate suspension of this requirement while a study is conducted addressing the concerns of unintended consequences of this new permit requirement?
I've been
Push the button up. There you go.
There we go. I've been attending all of these community meetings, and I've seen Angus there as well. We're listening to the neighbors who come up to the microphone and are testifying that they don't want this action taken until there's more research done. And I believe them. We need to pay more attention to the research instead of just going forward with this. We have no idea what's even in the water, what the toxins are. So we need to listen to the community. They're the ones that are telling us that they want more research, and we have to put a halt to this. And I would totally stand behind them and stop this action until there's more research. There's no need to go forward with this.
Angus?
Sounds good. No, actually, Sheila brings up some good points. I've seen her at many of these meetings too. The seaworm idea of having a state overlay to the county water system to make sure that we have water for our Native Hawaiian communities and our planned DHHL systems seemed at first to be a good idea. Then the water reservation plan was forwarded by Seaworm, which would allow certain entities to reserve water in advance of other people. And that rose a lot of concerns from the Kuleana homestead community, from the Native Hawaiian community, from the environmental community. The data that they're using for the water management plan is seriously outdated and old and doesn't reflect the current uses, stress, stresses and or supply of our water systems, especially in the words of one scientist, given the reduced rainfall that's occurring in Pu'ukukui and our other watershed areas. We need to look at a plan that isn't demand-driven, which the seaworm plan is, but a plan that is basically supply-driven. How much supply do we have? How much supply are we going to have? And we need to ensure that it's prioritized. So I'm hoping when the new governor comes in, they will be appointing new seaworm members. They will look at obtaining fresh data, and they will look at moving away from this demand plan, which we see now, into a supply plan. Thanks.
Thank you. Issue. This seems that the state of Hawaii's Department of Transportation is not responding to address critical highway issues on Maui. It has a bypass terminating on a connector road at Keawe Street, which was not designed to be safely utilized and moved to postpone the needed correction with the north phase of bypass, which would move that terminus west to a properly designated Kanapali connector road. Extending the bypass north, it will provide West Maui residents and visitors a new safe evacuation point in the event of tsunamis. The solitary state highway to West Maui has been in danger of falling into the ocean for decades. Remedial repairs and shoreline barriers have been constructed in some areas. However, meaningful relocation of the highway out of danger has not been done. Question, what will you do to ensure that state DOT makes necessary revisions to its West Maui highways improvement programs extending the bypass north and away from the ocean? Sheila.
First of all, I will always fight for our tax dollars to stay here on Maui. How many of you are tired of your tax dollars going to pay for that train on Oahu? So I wasn't part of the situation when the bypass was created. So I'm not completely sure about the debacle of why it didn't continue as far as it was supposed to. But I'm certainly willing to look into it. But I don't think we need to go to the past. We need to look forward. How are we going to finish this and have it go all the way to the airport where it was supposed to go? And on whose watch did it not go that far? Not sure who was in office at that time, but I would like to know more answers. Maybe you would too. Because on my watch, you will not have things like that happen. I will follow through on projects. I will make sure the money gets appropriated the way it should and not be mismanaged and not be squandered. I will always put Maui first.
Thank you. Angus?
Well, thank you for that, Joe. Well, first off, we have two separate issues. First is the Lahaina bypass going north, which doesn't run next to the ocean, and we have the existing Honopi'ilani Highway. We had a plan, a good plan, a plan of the first of its kind, which looked to tax the tourist rental cars and use that revenue to pay for the Lahaina bypass north. And then COVID, which was not of our doing, occurred. The tourists disappeared, the rental cars disappeared, and the method of funding fell through. Now, I was happy to fight the current Department of Transportation Highways Division person who, when we realized the account was deficient, wanted to use the money that was in the account to take it to Oahu and said you can't, because if you read the law for the rental car tax thing, it specifically says the revenue from that has to go to the Lahaina bypass. So what we need to do is to move the method of funding from a pure revenue bond, which was done before COVID, into a reimbursable bonds. So we can basically put the cash out now, award the contracts for the construction for the bypass north, and then as future rental car revenues come in, which they are, the money will be paid back. As far as the Honopi'ilani Highway moving inland, I was happy to help secure RISE funds, which is federal funds, to start the planning and design of doing that, working with our county partners. And then we need to tap into these infrastructure funds that were just made available by the federal government to move the highway inland. And part of moving the highway inland just isn't moving the road and leaving the old one to fall in the ocean. It's about removing the existing road and rehabilitating the shoreline with natural vegetation and dune restoration, so as climate change occurs, we will have a natural buffer system. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we get to the last question. The candidate one will ask opponent a question. 1 minute to ask the question, and the opponent has 2 minutes to respond, and then we'll go back the other way. Start off you. Sheila, you want to ask Angus a question?
Sure. So during the lockdown, our public health director, Lauren Pang, was suspended. The one person who could have been here being very helpful for us was suspended. And so I was part of a group that brought in doctors from the mainland to educate our doctors on early treatment. I would like to, and that being said, and in light of the fact that we're having a problem retaining good doctors here, I'd like to ask Angus what he might do to help our medical situation and help us bring in higher quality doctors and to reverse Dr. Pang's situation of being suspended.
Thank you for the question. Actually, I had nothing to do with Dr. Pang's removal. That was done by the director of the Department of Health and the current governor. So that was outside of my lane. But the bigger question you bring up, which is a good one, is how do we increase the supply of physicians and specialty physicians within our community? And how do we go ahead and ensure that the services are available? Some of the things we talked about with the West Maui Hospital, we're trying to facilitate with the county the development of more common office spaces for doctors to form groups. I believe we need to expand the loan forgiveness program that we've discussed recently that was just passed for physicians. We need to also looking at expanding this to dental services as well. And yes, we also need to look at possibly reforming malpractice things so the insurance rates from malpractice carriers can be reduced. There are many things we need to do to increase our physician supply, but I think the main thing we need to understand is we need to emulate what is working for physicians in these other areas, and I think the group approach, facilitating the group approach is a way to do it. And the other thing too is we need to seek higher reimbursement for physician services. This is critical. Physicians need to also be able to undo the tons of paperwork that's foisted upon them, mostly by the federal government. So hopefully we can go ahead and work to streamline that for physicians. But again, we have a common cause, a common goal, which is we need more physician services, and whether it's recruiting our own physicians through loan forgiveness, expanding telehealth, or providing more resources insofar as being able to establish group practices, these are some of the things I think we can do to have health care for all of us in Maui. Mahalo. Thanks.
Thank you, Angus. Now you have an opportunity to ask Sheila a question.
Thanks so much. Actually, I'm going to dovetail off the question that came up in the mayoral debate. As Mayor Victorino mentioned, the governor just passed a proclamation, emergency proclamation, to protect women who come here from other states in seeking reproductive services, as well as protecting physicians who provide those services from criminal prosecutions in other states. This is only a temporary executive order. It will need to be codified into state law by the legislature next session. And as a state senator, would you be willing to support a bill that would codify the governor's executive order?
I'm definitely pro-life. I would not be able to support that. I believe that we need more choices. That is not the only choice. We could make men more responsible for the situation. So I just don't believe that that is the only answer. There are other answers. There are other options. So no, I wouldn't be able to support that. But this state, we'll continue. This state is never going to turn over and go back to not provide services for women because of the way our structure is set up here. And so it's not even something that we really have to be worried about, or people who might be worried would have to be worried about, because there's no way we're going to be able to overturn the situation that's here. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your cooperation, keeping with our program format. Thank you, Angus, very much. Thank you, Sheila. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, keeping with our schedule, we'll have our state candidates come up, please. How are you doing? Thank you for coming. Put your little placards out front. Ellie? You got your placard up there? You got 3 chairs?
We're the only one with 3.
I'm the one that got the cushion. Yes, I'm sorry.
No worries. You got the nice one.
I got the nice cushion from Zeke. You have your little placard out there, Ellie. You want to stick out front? Okay. You got your placard in front of you. Okay. Thank you very much. And then the three chairs we have over here, if we can have Claire Carroll and Shane Zanetti, please come up here. Please have a seat. So you'll be next. Shane and Claire, please come up to these chairs up in front when you have a chance, please, while this is going on, so we can continue to flow. Thank you. It's been just mentioned to me that I'm taking too long reading all these questions, and it's taken too much time. I have a question. Each member here has received our questions and the issues. Instead of me repeating all that stuff, what would you feel like if I just go right and ask you the questions? 1, 2, 3. Sure. Is that okay with you guys? Absolutely. Everybody, all right? Okay, well, I'm going to start. I like ladies first, so if you don't mind, if you have no objections. Ellie, if we can start with you first. You know, the first question has to do about supporting. Oh, I'm sorry, introductions again. I keep always assuming everybody knows you. I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah. Aloha for those who don't know me. Ellie Cochran, and former county council member representing West Maui for 8 years. That's 4 terms. And real briefly, founder of Save Honolulu Coalition. And that's what prompted me to get into politics, to get involved, you know, to be at the seat that made the decisions on behalf of our community and our people and our culture and our environment. So getting into the council, there's a few items I like to say that I initiated, which was the sunscreen and there was the pesticide-free parks. Those 2 things, I want to thank current council members, current mayor, who has brought those things to fruition, to reality. Now the pesticide-free park, which people thought was crazy, is county-wide. That opened up 50 new jobs in the Public Works Department. So I'm alluding to the fact that I have wonderful relationships and rapport with current council members. I have been a council member. With that background and knowledge under my belt, I will bring that to the state level to bring, and it will be beneficial to all of you in this community. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you, Ellie. Leonard?
Hey, how's it? My name is Leonard Nakua, but everybody know me as Junior. Live Lahaina all my life. Oh, nah, only joke. I live Kakaloi and Japan. But I just tired of Lahaina getting disrespected. I'm a single father of two wainis. They're my bosses. But I'm gonna just tell you guys this: I want Lahaina's voice to be heard in that state capital. I'm sorry, but our voice hasn't been heard. That's why the bypass been stopped. That's why we just say we know nothing. We got disrespected so many years at the state level for especially Lahaina. But my district not only cover Lahaina, covered around the head. That's all the Hawaiians. Kakolo, Waihe'e, Waiahu. We're going to get respect when we get up there, when you guys vote me in. Mahalo, try vote for me.
Thank you.
Aloha, everyone. My name is Kelly Armstrong. I'm married with 4 kids. Raised my kids here in Maui. Not a politician. I work for the Westin Hotels. But something has compelled me to do something. Our island is not what it was. No, I'm not born here. No, I don't have 4 or 5 generations of family, and I truly respect that with both of these people. But Junia said something that I agree with. Our voices are not being heard. So we need to do something. For the last, gosh knows how many years, God bless Angus and God bless Victorino, but what do they say over and over and over again? The same exact thing, you guys. We have a plan to. We're going to. We've been working on this for 20 years. We've been doing this. But guess what happened? Nothing. Every time it comes time for election, the promises come out. And the results never happen. They get your vote, and they run the other way. So for once, why don't we try something different? Why don't we try it where we have somebody that goes in that will fight against the pattern that's been going for the last 73 years? They're yes people. That's what they do. Yes, yes, yes. I appreciate Junior just because he says, I'm tired of it. So am I. Vote for Kelly, State Representative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the introductions. Now, all county candidates were given the questions in advance. The issues, first issue was talking about the ongoing crisis of affordable housing, workforce housing. Do you want me to repeat the whole issue, or you guys good with me going right to the question? If you're good going right to the question, Ellie, we always like to do a lady. We'll keep that order. Ellie, Junior, and then Kelly, okay? We'll start with you, Ellie. Question, what will you do to support making necessary changes to get Maui Community Plan to restore hundreds of acres of land back to ag and back in compliance with the Maui Island Plan and award-winning Kaanapali 2020 Community Plan?
Thank you, Joe. And you probably know I support that. So I was not actually thrilled to see the almost 200 acres reverted, out of that plan from Kaanapali 2020. So, and it falls in line with the whole hospital and our medical community that we would like to see built. Because this was a prime opportunity with the ongoing West Maui Hospital that's happening. The infrastructure is going down. Now, Brian is doing a presentation Monday, 1:30. Please stay in tune at Tasha Kama's committee. I have information out at my desk. But the supporting housing there could have become housing for a medical community. I talked to doctors. They said there's many of them who want to come here to live and practice, qualified, good ones, but they can't afford it. It's just outpriced here. So, this plan would have helped that. So I'd love to see that be put into play again, because it's needed. Everyone that drives over here from the other side to work in the hotels would love to have a home right across the street. So I hope this changes and that we can re-implement that plan and get that project built. That we have landowners who are willing to build it, and they put in money towards that bypass, the connector road to the northern bypass connector. So a lot of things would be so positive and beneficial to all of us. And I support it. So however I can make that happen on the state level in conjunction with our council and county people, I am here. So I know the background, the history of it all, and count me in, Joe. So no need to debate that one with you.
Thank you. That's funny. That was a county council candidate, a county question, not a state question, and I just completely spaced that. Wow. Okay. Error again. I want to go back to the CON. Junior, I'm sorry. I messed up. I got to bring us back to the state question. It was the CON. We start with the State of Hawaii Certificate of Need requirement.
We like the affordable housing.
Yeah. You want to talk about that? All right. Yeah. You want to talk? Go ahead. All right. Go ahead. Okay. No. Go ahead.
I got the question yesterday too.
Go ahead.
Okay, jam up again, guys. Okay, what I'm gonna tell you guys is, Kaanapali 2020, I testified against it. Okay, guys, because I back up the county council by taking them, having the ag lands. Okay, because Kaanapali 2020, the history goes back. Like you didn't bring up all the guys that was on. I was on them. I was on them too with you guys, yeah, back in the day. Okay. The thing is, Kaanapali 2020 was supposed to give us, Lahaina people, at least 1,500 homes. Okay, so we can give the North Beach of Kaanapali. All those hotels was built, and we were supposed to get homes. 0 was built, gang, yet. 0. So that's why, and then now they get more, they build some more houses. But I'm working with my foundation, Core Foundation, to build truly affordable homes, not for-profit developer. I'm going to be plenty of developers going to hate me because I'm bringing up something, I'm getting educated, how we can get money to build truly affordable homes. Not the kind where the affordable part of the project still make money. And then they make choke more money at the marketplace. That got to change, gang. Okay, and the county council, they passed the bill, Bill 107, to bring down the mortgages of the affordable part of this place, of this bill. I hope the mayor no veto that baga, because we need to pass this baga. Okay? This is for take care of us guys, the local people of Lahaina, who got screwed by Kaanapali 2020. I tried asking the Chad Fukunaga, hey, but let me do them. I have a pilot program for just take me a small piece I'll do them, no cost to them. We get the cost. He tell me, no, we get developers ready for go. Why? Because maybe they're going to make more money. This Hawaii going to make them cheap, not for profit. Remember that.
Thank you. I guess this. I'm glad I asked the state question. We got a good, nice response. How about you, Kelly? You wanted to talk about that?
No, it's a good one. It's an important one. And when I was talking to Junya earlier outside, what he said was something really important. He'd been here for generations, and he's only seen his family be able to afford less and less and less. And it shouldn't be that way. And there is a solution. The problem with it is that if we stick with the same plan, the plan is not a plan. For once, we have a great plan, and the plan is really simple. We can create a hui. We can have loans that are funded and backed and guaranteed by the state. We can make it so Hawaii residents, not people coming into Hawaii, not people I'm moving there from San Francisco next week, actual residents that have been here for more than 3 years at least, and they end up coming in if they're a low income, we can make sure that the loan itself is based off of low income. They keep the house for 10 years, no down payment. At the end of the 10 years, they can keep the home, obviously, but should they choose to sell that home, it's passed on at the rate of the next low income median. See, there is a way that the developers will come on board. They don't have to get rich off of each individual home. They can make good money off of the cumulative, if we needed 50, 100,000 homes Hawaii statewide to make it so it's affordable for all, we can do it. We have an actual plan, but the plan will never get implemented if we stick with the old system. It's time for change, you guys.
Thank you. Now we're going to go back to the state questions. You know, I see LA, I thought immediately county. Wow. That's how I identify with you. So now you're going to the state races, the state of Hawaii certificate of need. You want me to repeat the questions that we sent to you, or do you want to talk right about what would you do about eliminating or removing that certificate of need requirement?
Yeah, I'll follow up with Rep. McKelvey's answer, and working, to get a grant and aid and to follow up and move our West Maui Hospital forward. Currently, the one hospital that is on the talking block is in the works, and it has its CON. But in general, a lot of states have created a hybrid sort of approach. When I first was introduced to ask about what is a CON and what is the need, what is the point of it, and it's really to make sure that there are proper regulations. And so not just any Mickey Mouse Club can come here and set up shop and become a hospital or a medical clinic or what have you. And so it puts some type of, parameters and criteria there. So we have to make sure that people are qualified and that we have good services given to this community. So I really don't believe, personally, in abolishing the whole entire thing. I believe we can revisit it and create a hybrid type of approach. But for the need of this current West Maui hospital that we're talking about, it has it. So we don't need to worry about it. But right now, of course, it is the funding to go vertical because Brian Hoyle has moved everything underground, all his utilities, electrical, sewer, water, what have you, is in place. So it's moving. It's not like it's dead in the water. It's been moving. I've been in touch with yes, Joanne Johnson, with Angus McKelvey, Chair Alice Lee. And again, Tasha Kama is having this discussion, a presentation being done at her county meeting, 1:30 this coming Monday. And I have forums outside to tell you how to link on, get onto Zoom. You can send in testimony, what have you. But please, West Maui community, be involved. And pay attention, and let's make this happen. So however I can assist you on the state level in conjunction with Angus McKelvey, should he become senator, we're already working on companion bills. So mahalo for your time.
Thank you. Junior?
Yeah, the certificate of need, yeah? Hello, if the guy not doing his job, he no good, no go to the guy. You know what I mean? Just not go to the guy. I'm only going to go to the doctor that I trust. Yeah? But this certificate of need, I'm going to do this, whatever. But same thing like everybody talking about. West Maui Hospital. When they get one way in and one way out, we get stuck, we jam up. Yeah? I got screwed up Yeah, I got damaged. I got assaulted. My okole had to go get medevac to Oahu, like that. But if you had one, you know, if you had one hospital, I can go there, go check them out. But again, you guys, this is serious. This hospital has to go through. I talked to the brother too. You know, I try to offer him with Chad Fukunaga, the guy Brian. We try to offer to be a part of the solution. We have, again, I'm learning so much. This Hawaiian is learning how to find funding. No need go depend on the state and the county and all that kind of stuff. Let's go do them, yeah? Let's go get this funding, and I'm gonna get them, gang. And I'm gonna talk to this Brian guy and help him build this hospital, because we was gonna help him fund them, but he gave us the run around and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know where the things stay now. I will be there on Monday. I will be there on Monday. That's for damn sure.
Thank you. Kelly?
So you know why we don't have a hospital on the west side? Political bureaucracy, period. See, the funny thing is if I wanted to get a hospital over here and it was a Mickey Mouse brand, which we would never do, we would go find a qualified hospital, operator, provider. We could easily have one of those brought into West Maui, easily. The funding could be taken care of, easily. But no. Let's deal with you guys, we're gonna take care of this. We got it. How many years has it been? How many people have been hurt on the west side with no help, no place to go? So why don't we for once do something for the people? Why don't we for once quit the crap, the political bureaucracy, and get the hospital done? That's easy. We can do that.
Much. The second question was, what will you do to support legislation to invest in physician recruitment? Because we have, we need increased access and availability of treatment for mental health services. Ellie?
Yeah, mental health services is definitely lacking. And again, you know, I think it does boil down to the affordability for us to recruit qualified, quality people to come here to provide the services that we need in this community. People just can't afford it. And we need to beef our inventory of housing. And I've always said, I'm going to repeat this, it probably goes to the first question we asked on the county level, but we need two types of inventory of housing. We need one that's for, you know, investment properties. The other has to be affordability and perpetuity. Perpetuity, and Mr. Armstrong mentioned it, you know, you can buy this, sell it, but keep it in the affordable range. So you will get the money back you initially invested and make a little bit of profit and be able to purchase something larger and grow into, you know, a larger family, dwelling, what have you. But again, it has to stay in that inventory for affordable. And right now, I believe we have way too much investment market rate type of housing. We need to build all levels, but you know, we need to work on our affordability. And in that respect, that will grow all of our physicians and our medical professions and, you know, our teachers and all those types of workforce development issues that we are lacking today. So that's my kind of nutshell general sort of overtake on how we're going to support. But mental health is definitely key and lacking on a lot of levels. This county, I have to applaud this county, having been a council member, but you know, this county, we've always prided ourselves in putting way more, a third of our budget a lot of times into social services, which is for mental health and for just all our homeless programs and substance abuse programs and things of that nature. So again, you know, there is a partnership that can happen with county and state level. And with my background, again, and knowledge of the county level, I'm gonna bring that to the state so we all can better, you know, better each other in a collaborative way. Mahalo.
Thank you. Junior?
Yeah, this mental health thing, yeah. I part of this group. They was called High COVID before, but now they called Eat Something. They are supporting the guy, you know, the nurses with the mental health at the hospital. And I would go try talk stories with them, and yeah, only get like 9 of them inside there. No enough of them inside there. You know, that's the problem. So, again, yeah, like Ellie said, the housing, you know, we gotta make them easier. And that goes for everything. Teachers, firemen, police, all of those buggers, all the guys that take care of us and our kids. So it's not only doctors, guys, it's everybody. But we all gotta come up with a solution. We all gotta be like when you want canoe. Everybody in each seat get different parts. We all gotta work together. And this guy gonna stop pointing finger at the county. You know how the state and county, they like pointing finger at each other. We gotta work together, gang. That's the bottom line. Bottom line, it's not the bottom line, we gotta start working together. Okay, I don't care if you like me or whatnot, if you're not one Raiders fan, we still gotta work together. Okay, but I tell you, we gotta find, you know, these doctors. You gotta keep them here first. Don't make them run away. Even the teachers, don't make them run away. But we gotta make them enticing for them for coming here, and especially in Lahaina. Again, where the heck they gonna live? You know what I mean? We gotta make sure we build again the tiers of houses for the buggers that make this much money, for this much money, then this much money. You know, build all kinds of different houses for these guys. Bottom line. Make it cherry for them. Maybe they like the small kind house. Maybe they like the big one. I don't know. Up to them. But we gotta go talk story with them. Go, you know, that's the problem. The politicians don't go talk to the people. These buggers talk to the people, and I get leakings when I talk to the people because they bust on my ear too. Okay, gang, shoot.
Thank you, Kelly.
I'm glad you're up here. I love listening to you. It's fantastic. Mental health's a big problem, and the mental health part and the physicians that we need, the mental health is more deeply rooted. Why is it such a big problem? What's going on with the homelessness? Why is it skyrocketing? Why is the mental health issue so bad right now? We know we're having a huge problem in Maui with fentanyl. We know that. We need to start with the core root of the problem. We need to get people off the streets as quickly as we can. We need to find out why the homelessness is skyrocketing and where are they coming from. A lot of them are not from Maui. A lot of them are new here. We're finding out that they're on planes on a regular basis being shipped over from San Francisco, Seattle, Portland, everything. Their cities are paying to get rid of their problem. And guess whose problem that becomes? Our problem. So we need to take care of the fentanyl problem. We need to wonder why are we doing our food drop-offs down by what used to be Bubba Gump's? Of all places, there are things that we can do proper ways, and right now everything is getting done backwards. Let's get the fentanyl off the streets. Let's get the people mentally rehabilitated. Let's not do it like what other cities do, and they find a location where people can go shoot up so it's safer for them. Shooting up ain't the right answer. It's not going to fix the mental health problem, and it's certainly not going to fix it moving forward. We do need the physicians, but we need to fix the drug problem. This country's gone out of control with drugs, and it's not something that's going to take us in the right direction.
Thank you, Kelly. Okay, going to the issue of the Hawaii criticized for being an anti-business state, and then this getting more state regulations and making everything more and more harder, and then going to the water use, the state added a brand new, another additional regulation where the State Commission of Water Resource Management is now got to be responsible for the county of Maui, all the water, and you've got to go through them before you can get your water permit. So it's going to make a hard thing even harder. Question is, would you support an immediate suspension of this requirement while a study is conducted addressing the concerns of the unintended consequences of this new permit requirement?
Thank you. And having lived in Honolulu Valley and dealing with the diversions on a stream that never flows anymore, and that just goes, think about West Maui once upon a time had 33 free-flowing streams. We were the Venice of the Pacific, Mokuhini o Loko'i'a. I mean, there's the island, our royal capital of the Hawaiian Kingdom, and a pond. So much water here. It was beautiful. It was bountiful. What do we see right now? Dry, dirt, fallow fields. That shouldn't be. And so, going through the in-stream flow standards and right now this new District 14 incorporates Wai'ehu Kahakuloa area too. Talk about the breadbasket of this island. And so the water issues on that end of the world comes into play when you're representing this district. And so it's a huge, huge topic. And I wouldn't suspend anything. Yes, we need studies, of course. We need today's gauges being read. We need it. Talk to Hans Michael, who's up in Kanaha. He's like, go hike the boardwalk up to Pu'ukukui and read those gauges like he used to do every day, you know, and up in Kanaha. It is dry, folks, and we are, you know, the rain, climate change is here and lack of rain, it has occurred. So we need to reassess, definitely. But you know what? It's a public trust. Number one, kuleana. Number one, that's where it's supposed to go, period. Anyone, any user after that, you prove what you need, why you need it. And yes, we need development. Yes, we need certain things, but number one is our kuleana landowners deserve their fair share. And unfortunately, that hasn't been happening. Kauaula, Kahoma, Kanaha, I mean, Honokoa, you know, Honolua, Honokahau, hasn't been happening. So with that background, because I've been in those battlefields with water issues, yeah, I'll be watching Seaworm and making sure they do make the right decisions. Thank you.
Yeah, all that what she said. No. But for real though, for real, that's what it is, bro. Put the water back in the streams. Okay? The bugger is like our veins. Yeah? And it's like our veins, no more blood. That's why the bugger all brown. Plain and simple. You know, you want a picture from elementary school that shows me that. I don't need to go to no college for learn that thing. Okay, gang? This whole thing by the state seaworm guys doing them, it's just to protect, to slow down these private owners for taking them and taking them and taking them and taking them. And these hotels getting built and built and built, like the ones in North Kanapali, taking all our water. Taking all our water. That like Ellie said, all the streams all empty. Our blood, our veins is empty, gang. Maui is like our body. Okay? You take the blood out of the veins, we're done. That's where it belongs. So like she said, I gonna watch Seaworm, make sure they put the water back in our veins. That's the bottom line, gangy. And this guy gonna make sure the state legislator, the governor, I'm gonna go hana ino them. Just like how I hana ino Mayor Victorino and the council. These guys gonna do them at the state level. And I'm not gonna fool around, gang. Okay, I'm gonna knock on doors, I'm gonna kick down doors. And you know, like how the earlier part they said, oh, no need to stay there. I going to stay over there. Because I need their votes for pass some bills. I'm gonna make sure they hear me. I'm gonna make sure when they hear me, they're gonna hear Lahaina. They're gonna hear Waihe'e, Kahakoloa, Waiegu. No joke, gang. This guy gonna make trouble up there for them. They're not gonna be sitting down. They're not gonna get comfortable. They're gonna see Junior coming. Oh no, here we come again. Oh, I'm stopping. Okay, bye.
Thank you. Kelly?
Now on this one, I agree with both of them 100%. I don't believe in watersheds. I believe that God made these mountains like veins. The water flows, and the dams don't need to be there. They really don't. This island was created for a specific purpose, and God created that purpose, whatever it is. The rain will flow where it needs to flow. People will get the water that they need to be. And I think that if we look back 50, 60, 70, 80 years, like she said, water was flowing everywhere. Everything was green. Everything was fine. But the moment you mess with God's way or the way the water flows, everything gets messed up. Now, if you're not religious, take the God part out of it and just believe in evolution, whatever you want. But either way, messing with the way the water flows messes with the island. And there are people that can make decisions on making sure this water flows freely and fast, much faster than the way that it's been done. Sorry, I sound like a broken record, but the problem is clear and present. So let's make the decision tomorrow. Let's get it taken care of instead of sitting on it and saying, oh, well, we're gonna. Okay, that's enough of that.
Thank you. We had an issue of the State Department of Hawaii's, the State of Hawaii Department of Transportation not responding to our critical highway issues. You want me to read the issue? You got it? Okay, the question, what will you do to ensure that the state DOT makes necessary revisions to its West Maui Highways improvement programs extending the bypass north and also away from the ocean?
Yeah, thank you. And we did a real made noise, like Junior's saying, be a thorn in their side on the state level, and we quickly moved just that little bit over by Olowalu inland and we picketed, we signed, we were on TV, we got Shishido over there and the governor, and within weeks that portion of that road got moved in. But now we need even more. And as I'm going to follow up with Angus McKelvey's comments about the reimbursable bonds and what have you, COVID put a damper in the movement of this highway and the bypass moving north. But it's not a dead subject, and it's something that can be revived. And again, Angus and I have been already working together because when January rolls around and that ledge opens up, we're hitting this ground running. We cannot wait till November 8th and then January, what have you. I mean, I'm just being confident, and should whoever get in, hey, you can take notes from my notepad here to hit the ground running too on behalf of all of us, right? This is a collaboration thing. So, and I have to say that I think the director of DOT needs to be changed. I think that person up there has to go, and I hope whoever becomes governor hears it and will do that first thing to help our Department of Transportation to become more productive and successful. But our expanding that northern bypass, but I talked about, and I will again, and I mentioned it to Angus too, is this poly road. We can build bypasses and lanes all we want, but we're all gonna bottleneck on that 2-lane poly no matter what. And so there was a gentleman named Hans Riehe. He was an architect, God rest his soul. He had a plan. I'm still trying to dig up that plan. Basically, it's similar to the Nimitz Highway, where you build up. Use your existing roadway structure, build pilings and the 2 lanes above the 2 lanes. So you got 2 one way, 2 the other way, stop head-ons. Anyways, I can talk about that more, but my time's up, so thank you.
Thank you. Junior?
Yeah, like Ellie was talking, I go there and camp at Olowalu. We stayed over there, and I was pretty much the only guy there, so I was stoked because I was all the Wahinis. But again, Goodfellows came. They didn't try to kick us out. We say, heck no, we ain't going nowhere. The cops came, they said they're going to try to do it. Nope, never do nothing. One representative from Goodfellow came talk story with us. He told us, we're not doing nothing. We out of here. And by doing that, the state, like she said, the highway guy came, that Shishido dude, whatever. We got Angus McKelvey for show up, because he wasn't there. But we made him show up. And then, that time we had Tiare Lawrence. She ain't gonna meet with all these guys at Achikalepa. They're all we gonna meet. They're gonna go Hanaino, go talk story. And they came up with the agreement, yes, should be moved up. But how long ago was that? Long time. And we still never moved the bugger all as much as we want to. So that's pertaining to that bugger. So I've been working on that bugger. So now you guys can call me up if I get into office, and I'm gonna make sure the bugger happen. But also extending the bugger, extending our bypass. I was on junior in high school. I don't like to tell you guys how I am, but I was in junior high school, and all my classmates had to kick out of the house because that's where the bypass was going. Okay, that's like 30 years ago. And then, you know what? Didn't they stop them now? Remember now, guys, Lahaina, we number 1 and 2 for the most tax revenue that we raise for the state. Why we get no respect and get nothing again? Okay, let's go make trouble. This guy gonna make trouble, Shoot.
Thank you.
Okay, so Junior nailed it on the head right there. We're giving all of our money to Oahu. We have our own transportation issues here, clearly. But why are we paying for theirs? Why don't we keep our money? Doesn't that seem like a good idea? Don't we have infrastructure problems of our own? Shouldn't we fix our waste treatment facility, our roads, our everything else? And I actually like Ellie's idea on the H3 idea because it would work. If we did some sort of system that got the cars off the road, if we knew that we have this many tourists coming from the airport every year, what's the dollar amount that it would cost to create a tram type system that comes from the airports over to Lahaina? If we got thousands and thousands, I think it's something like 4,000 cars a day that we rent. That's a wild number, not to mention the environmental impact and everything else to the ocean, not only the cars and the roads, but there is a way to solve it. But let's keep our money. You know, we were talking about Maui first and this and that. For once, we need it to be Maui first. No more money leaving this island. And I think that we can achieve that quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we come to an interesting last question, and that is if a candidate, we'll ask any one of the two opponents a question, and they for 1 minute maximum time for they ask the question, and then the opponent will answer 2 minutes of maximum response time. So it's not going to keep on going around and around and around. So pick one to ask, okay, and then so we'll start off with you, Ellie. If there's either Junior or Kelly, you want to either one ask them a question?
Either or, not
either
both.
Either or, yeah, not both. Yes.
So I guess for Kelly, I saw on your banner it says voter fraud. So what's your proof of voter fraud in Hawaii?
In the state of Hawaii?
Yes, state of Hawaii. We're running for state office.
Oh, I think there's quite a bit of that. Number one, do people feel that it's important to show ID? I do. I think it's our right. We were born in the United States. Well, I was born in the United States. It is our right, our pride. This is our nation. And that is a day that we should all celebrate. And today we've ruined it. We said, you know what? Mail it in. Just send it in whenever you want. We should be celebrating that day as a holiday. That should be the day that everybody takes off work, takes the time, goes and stands in line, shows their ID, takes some pride in voting again. But this time we went in there, we had to sign some sort of crazy affidavit that they had to finally change because we called the attorneys and they completely fabricated this thing. Once we got there, no ID, no nothing, anybody could go vote. Meanwhile, I'm watching some gal over here drop in 5 ballots at a time. Oh yeah, that's right, you can submit it for whoever you want. That's what they said. Because, there's another problem. We've got one voting place on an island with 140,000 people. If we're supposed to make it accessible to the people, how accessible is that? So I asked the gal that's the head of elections, I said, hey, how come Lahaina's not open? She goes, do you know how much work that is? What? That's your job. That is your job, to make it available to all of us. And I'll tell you what, the one that really got me at the end, you put the ballot in, because this time they did it by hand, step one. Hey, that's a good step up, all right? Last time the machines, by the way, do you know about Connect at all? Have you ever heard about that? If you haven't, look into it, because you're gonna find that the fraud is real. And there's a lot of studies that show that the fraud is real. And at the end, when we put our nice little paper ballot into a scanning system, where's my receipt to show who I voted for? How do I know what's going on in that? How do I know Connect isn't running that one? The guy went to prison, you know that. He was running all of our stuff through China. This is all over the news right now. So this isn't me making it up. Everybody knows that, and they're tied in directly with Dominion. If you have the time, I will sit down and I will show you fraud flat out. But the story of Democrats always saying that, fraud doesn't exist, fraud doesn't exist. Come on, you guys. You're gonna find out real soon, there's a bunch of it. And if you guys are complicit in it, I'll tell you what, we're gonna come after every single one of you that are complicit in fraud. No more.
Now, Junior, you can pick either one of these candidates. If you want to ask them a question, you can pick one.
I don't want one question. I get one question, heck yeah. But again, I don't keep I gonna junk and pull. But are you guys gonna be loud in the legislation? No, again, I don't know how I ask when they want. Okay, Ellie, I'm gonna pick on you then. Are you gonna be loud in the legislation for the people of Lahaina and District 14? Because we gotta rattle some cages up there. No joke. I know you're trying to be crack up and all that kind of stuff, but we gotta go there stomping our feet. That's all I'm gonna ask. Shoot.
Oh my God, Junior, you don't know me by now, of course.
I know.
So, I mean, follow me on the council for 8 years. Watch that Oni Pa'a video, you know, it kind of gives you a little snapshot of the things I did and the things I went through. And yeah, that's why I'm stepping in again, right? To stand up and be the voice for us, the people. And again, because I have intimate knowledge of boots on the ground, people in the trenches, us on the county level, that's the voice I'm taking up to that state level, you know? And looking at this new district, 75% of our beneficiaries for DHHL are in this district. So talk about kuleana, and I'm in it wholeheartedly and bringing that voice up there big time, brah. So it's I'm excited because I think that whole council background, I see all the current county council, and I feel I have really good rapport and relationships, and that's what this is about. I've already walked the halls of that Capitol. I have made it. I've met with all of our Maui reps, current ones and future ones. And you know what? They know me. I know them. We've already built some great relationships. So again, it is about that. Because if someone doesn't want to sit next to you or slam the door in your face when you want to talk and caucus and work on things, you're not going to get anywhere. So that is what I've been doing, and I'm gonna take all that I've learned and all my relationship building to the level on behalf of all of us to make sure that I'm gonna be making the best decisions for the broadest majority of our people and for our most pressing issues. And yeah, we're gonna be heard. And Ricky Okama knows, as past budget chair, man, I would always say, West Maui, we are one of the biggest revenue generators. So when West Maui wants something for public works, or our police department, or our highways, or our wastewater, we deserve it. Because we live the impacts of the real property tax that are brought into the county coffers. So now let's magnify that onto the state level. And that voice is definitely gonna be heard. So mahalo everybody, and vote for Ellie Cochran.
Thank you, Kelly. You want to ask a question to either Ellie or Junior?
Yeah, so we're one of the worst in the nation at recycling. We are one of the worst in the nation at education. We're one of the worst in the nation at affordability of housing. And what she said, and this is a question to Ellie, is that she's going to hit the ground running. She's used this one a couple of times. That's it, because she knows everybody. She's a part of the system that's been intact for 73 years, the same party. And unfortunately, at this point, it should not be about party. But that's what it is, kind of. Because once she jumps back into her party, she's going to be a yes woman. Yes, 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 I'm going to do whatever you guys say because I'm going to go with the flow. And so what makes it, for the first time that you actually stand up and you say, no. You know what? That's not right. Yeah, you can look at me with the eyes, but at the end of the day, we already know you did city council for 8 years. You're a yes woman there. Same deal. Oh, really? Should we go before city council? I won't even go there. Yeah, so what makes you so different that you are going to go against what people say? And I love that he's laughing at it, but you're not the person that's just going to be, yeah, let's go with whatever you guys say because I'm a party person.
Okay, first off, I ran for county council, which is nonpartisan, no part of any type of party at all. And then ran for mayor, but nonpartisan, no party affiliated. And so now I'm, yes, running for state, and I feel like I'm more in line with the Democrat philosophy than any other at this time. So that's why I'm the Democrat Party. But that doesn't make it that I am Ellie, and everyone knows, and I can look at all these council members sitting here that work side by side with me, people like Tom Cook, who is part of some of my TIGs and what have you, they know, Tamara Paulton, Save Honolulu Coalition was about a David and Goliath issue. That was stepping out of the lane and getting up there and being that voice against odds. but not being afraid, not backing down. And that's what I always did on the council level. How many times was I the only sole vote, Mr. Hokama? You know. Mr. Victorino, you know. Only person. I'm standing up for what I believe in. And the voice that wasn't being heard and represented at the time. For years and years on end, I did that, 8 years. And so I'm taking that attitude definitely, and that vigor and that energy to that state level. And I'll tell you, I think they're not going to know what's going to hit them. But again, it's going to be in a good, cordial, respectful, courteous, collaborative way. You know, it's not like, bully, mock out on everybody. It's about, you gotta be respectful, and that's building rapport, right? That's building respect with each other. So those doors, no, regardless, we don't need to like each other. We don't need to like each other and be besties. But you know what? When it comes to making decisions on behalf of the state, this county, the community, we gotta be respectful of one another. And that's what I know I've gained through my political career, because I have developers come up to me. I have unions. They have never, ever, and probably never will endorse me. That's fine. I am for working families. I am for living wages, all the good stuff. But you know, they know where they stand with Ellie. And that's what they respect me for. And all of you, you will know where you stand with me, because I don't beat around the bush, and I tell it like it is, and what you see is what you get with Ellie Cochran. So that's what they're going to experience at the state level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give our state representative candidates a round of applause. Thank you so much, Kelly, very much. Thank you so much for your... Thank you, Junior. Thank you, Junior.
Good job, Boo.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Making us all jam up, you.
That's all. Sorry. Thank you so much. Your phone. Whose phone?
Oh, my God. I don't like going.
Thank you, Ellie. Good job. Now we can have our East Maui Council candidates come up here, please. And while there's, I guess, Tamara, you're by West Maui. You can have a seat. You can stay right where you're at if you want to. Come up. I'm here next. Please cut off. Oh. All right, so since time is moving on here, thank you. Jean, thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. Now your introductions, please.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Claire Kamalu Carroll, born and raised in Hana, a mother of 3 and a grandmother of 7. Who am I? My strength is being a collaborator between entities, moving things forward, and getting things done. What I've done in the last 2 years is distribute into Hana, helping our farmers and our community. I'm with Hana Community Association. I'm not so big on the grants of government money, but private entities, because it gives us more leeway in how we can help communities. Last but not least, West Maui taxpayers. Thank you so much for having us here. Many of you who moved into West Maui, I just want to let you know, East Maui and West Maui, we've always had the relationship, similar issues, different heartbeats. I want to thank all of you for having us here. Mahalo.
Okay, I too wanted to mahalo Joe, Zeke, and the rest of the West Maui Association, Taxpayers Association. I'm Shane Sinensi, your East Maui candidate, and currently the East Maui council member. My mo'okua ohau, my mom's ohana is the Robacks from Ke'anai, Maui, and my dad's ohana is Senensi Tolentino Ohana from Kipahulu, Maui. I was happy to be born and raised in East Maui, like Claire. I did attend Lahaina Luna High School for high school, and so Luna's for life. I'm currently the APT Agriculture and Public Trust Committee Chair, and I'm happy to address you all tonight. Mahalo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, we had sent you all the county candidate questions. There was a total of 3 questions. It looks like our time is going to 7:30, so we're going to go down to 2 questions, okay? And then you will get to ask each other the last question. So out of those 3 questions that we sent you, which one would you like to start with first? The changes to the West Maui Community Plan to restore housing land at Kaanapali 2020. You want to do that one? All right. Start with you, please, Claire. You start. The question, what would you do to make necessary changes to the West Maui Community Plan to bring back the compliance with the Maui Island Plan in the award-winning Kaanapali 2020 Community Plan?
I would like to say I totally support. This was not brought up overnight. All that hard work needs to be respected. I know sometimes we can say we need to move on into new ideas. And I think a lot of times that's what the holdup is recreating what has always people have been working hard to accomplish. And I respect our Lahaina community and what they decided for West Maui. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe, for the question. And I understand that this discussion has been a part of the West Maui community for a long time. And I do realize how difficult it is to balance between affordable housing projects as well as protecting our open spaces in West Maui. However, I do want to go and address the process for you tonight. So at this point in time, we're at the community plan amendment. And normally what's required with a community plan amendment is the environmental impact statement. However, the Office of Environmental Quality Control has since waived the requirement of an EIS should the county propose the community plan amendment. So it'd be prudent for the West Maui community to go ahead and maybe work with the planning department and see if the planning department will initiate that process for the West Maui community, gather the information, and create that report. That report would then go to the planning commissions for their review, and then for final review to the council. But just remember, along the way, try and keep your West Maui community always part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, the second question would be either having to do with supporting the West Maui partnership, public-private partnership for the Olawalo fire station. What would you do to support facilitate and embrace the public-private partnership between West Maui Improvement Foundation and the county, like we did in the Pili for the Olawalo?
Thank you, Joe, for that question. Yes, definitely. Lahaina has seen their share of devastating fires, more so than any place else in the county. And we do need to, I can understand the community's concerns. Government often operates differently from private businesses, especially with the 3 branches of government. It kind of moves like a cog. But in this case, that responsibility falls under the Department of Fire, the fire department. So what the fire department would do, they'll go ahead and build out all of their infrastructure. That means designing your fire station, looking at a feasibility and the estimated cost to build this. After that, it'll go to the mayor and to our budget process, and then again to the council for final approval. So at these early stages, it would be prudent for the West Maui community to work with the fire department and kind of hammer out all those details between the private and public relationship.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to talk about that?
When I saw this question, I really appreciated it. Working with private entities is really important. I very much support. It's about, Lahaina is strong. You know, like the new stadium. I belong to Hana Community Association. What we did was solicit a private funding. And I know we have to go through red tapes. But you know what? For 11 years, I tried to find the holes in how we can work together. It's always about working together. I truly believe it can be done. I've done it as a private resident, not working for government, but we got it done. And I think we can all steer forward. Lahaina is a very tight-knit community. My son went to high school here. I'm not the alumni. Dragon strong. But you know what? I was proud to be part of this community because my child was proud to be a Luna strong. But it's about working together and getting things done. I strongly believe we can do it by working together. Mahalo.
Thank you. Now we have an opportunity to question each other. You can ask each other a question. You want to start with you?
I like to lead by example. Shane?
Yeah.
What did you have for lunch?
It was Alaska salmon on a ciabatta bun. Thank you for that. Okay, so real quick, yes or no, Claire? Economists are predicting a recession early next year. Would you support moving mandatory infrastructure projects to bond funding? Yes or no?
Would you guys let me answer? Because I heard you guys answering for me. Yes, and the recession is coming.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Awesome. Okay, that was quick. Thank you so much. Appreciate your sticking with the schedule and the aloha spirit. Thank you so much. Aloha was evident. Okay. Okay, we got, it's just been suggested to me, we've got three council candidates here that don't have any opponents. Is that correct? Opponents here, yeah. I don't have opponents here. So, well, we just come on up, Tamara. Let's give her a, Tamara Balton, hi Tamara, thanks for coming. Ricky Hokama and Yukile Sugimura. Bring them all three up. Hi Ricky, thanks for coming. And this will move things along a little faster. Yuki Lei, thank you so much. Hope you put your little placards out front so the people can, on the TV, can see your placards on Hakaku live stream. So now we'll do a little introduction. We'll start with you, Yuki Lei.
Aloha, everybody. My name is Yuki Lei Sugimura, and I'm your sitting council member from Upcountry Maui. And I proudly serve a community that is rich in agriculture. I say we're the breadbasket of Maui. And we have a great community association and wonderful neighbors. But I am born and raised here on Maui. I grew up in Wailuku, and I saw the days where Wailuku Town was Crest Store, National Dollar. We would come to Lahaina and stop at Oluwalu, have a hot dog, go surfing at the Oluwala, the beach over there, and go on to Lahaina. But Lahaina was always a special place. So thank you, everybody, for letting us have the opportunity. I'm married for over 30 years. I have one son who's a data scientist, and I love this work, and it's a life journey for me. So thank you.
Thank you. Ricky?
Aloha, everyone. My name is Ricky Hokama. I'm a keiki o ka aina of Lanai. I have been serving my community for 69 years. I started in 1978 when I was one of 102 delegates at our Constitutional Convention. And I was honored to continue to give service to you as your county council member from Lanai for 21 years. I've been asked to continue to consider giving back additional service, and one of the areas that I felt that I did a very good job for all of you was how I looked at your tax money and how we spent it and how we held those accountable, responsible for how it was spent and what was performed on your behalf. And I hope to bring back that discipline back to the council if you allow me to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ricky. Tamara?
Lahaina, aloha mai kako. So glad to be here. Thank you so much, Joe, Zeke, Chivo, everybody that made this possible. Thank you to the audience watching at home and those of you here live tonight. It's really invigorating to be back in person with everyone. My name is Tamara Paulton, and I'm running for the West Maui residency seat. This will be my third term if re-elected. I've been the chair of the Planning and Sustainable Land Use Committee for the past 2 terms. This year, I'm the vice chair of the Budget and Finance Economic Development Committee. I'm also a member of the Maui Metropolitan Planning Organization. And prior to that, I was a lifeguard at DT Fleming's for about 20 years. I'm a wife and mother to 2. My son currently goes to Lahaina Waina, and my daughter, Kulakaya Puni o Nahiena Ena. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Thank you so much. So, what we're going to do here is, since we don't have any opponents that go forth, is just go answer you the questions. We'll start the same order we just did, if that's okay with you. And we'll start with the candidate. You've gotten all the questions. The issue was on workforce housing, some Kaanapali 2020 land that was for housing was taken off. And we'd like to see what you think about that, and we think it should be brought back. What would you do to support making necessary changes to restore these lands back to in compliance with the Maui Island Plan and the award-winning Kaanapali 2020 Community Plan?
The wonderful thing that I heard tonight by listening to the mayor's portion was hearing what Mayor Victorino has put in place to try and look at this, the change that happened during the West Maui Community Plan of taking away the plans of Kaanapali 2020. And I hope that it is successful, because if it does go through the Planning Commission and it'll come back to us to review. I will tell you that when the West Maui Community Plan came up for this particular item, I tried to amend it back to what Kaanapali 2020 plan was, which was to put housing in, I think it was 97 acres of land above, what is it? Hanakaho'o Beach Park, yeah. And, but I was not successful because the West Maui Community Plan, the CPAC, wanted to change that to open space parklands. I do support housing, and I think this will be a viable way of putting housing in Lahaina, because we keep on hearing about the need for affordable housing, and that was part of the Kaanapali 2020 plan. And as to but the stumbling blocks is what you just heard, and the challenges as to why housing takes long, because of the kind of challenges that are presented through government, as well as other stumbling blocks, maybe was financing other things. I'm not too sure, but that's what I would do. I would support it.
Thank you. Ricky?
Thank you. For my response to the West Maui community, I can go back maybe 20 years attending some of these original 2020 development meetings for the West Side. I can tell you that when I attended those meetings, it was basically done by Lahaina people. Okay, you had the Buck Buchanans, you had Eve Clute, you had Bob Kawaguchi, Bruno Ariyoshi from Lahaina Luna High School, Roselle Bailey, the family that brought their point of view for the Hawaiian culture. You had many people of Lahaina that did this plan. It wasn't people who were not from Lahaina that did Kaanapali 2020. And it was your other fellow residents that looked forward to what they felt could keep your young people here in West Side for employment and housing. And I think there are still good portions of that master plan that still should be considered. I don't believe that taking it away will help you get more housing for your people here on this West Side. I think there's still advantageous components of this master plan that you could support that will help bring housing faster. And I would, my part, say we need to work on the approval process. There's a lot of great plans. It also happens in Maui, everything crawls to get an approval. And I think that's where we got to get our butts going on revamping a modified approval process. Thank you.
Tamara.
Thank you for the question, Joel. As the chair of the committee and having followed it from before getting on the council, from the community outreach stage, I just want to mention it was the community outreach stage that wanted Hanaka O'Omauka to be a buffer. It was the Community Plan Advisory Committee that kept that designation. It was the Maui Planning Commission volunteers that also kept that designation. So the council didn't change anything. They kept the designation that had come up through the community. The best thing I think about the Ka'anapali 2020 plan, not only was it organic from the community, but it looked to have these community members in houses by 2020. We don't have things occur in a vacuum. So what was appropriate in 1990 may no longer be appropriate in 2020. However, the other 816 acres did get the designation that Ka'anapali 2020 did request. And besides that, the 240-acre Pu'ukoli Village Mauka was approved with full entitlements in 1983 by Act 15, and that has never moved forward. So instead of looking at the 97-acre buffer that Ka'anapali 2020 didn't get, and the developer said that they wouldn't be able to build out the full 913 acres in the 10-year lifespan of the plan. I think we really need to work together and start working on the lands that are already entitled and start working on the rest of the lands that are currently zoned ag in county and state designations. All they have currently is what we could give them through that process, which was the community plan designation for the other 816 acres that we approved. The plan as a whole has 1,000 surplus houses of what the need was for. So I think we really need to stop focusing on that 97-acre community plan designation and start building the 240 that's been entitled since 1983.
Thank you. Thank you. Another next question. You're aware of the fact we've been asked to do and reintroduce this effort for the Olawalu community to similar to what we did in the Pili to build a fire and ambulance station. And what would you do to help that along? The question.
So your Oluwalu Fire Station. I will tell you that I spoke to Peter Martin about that's his land, and if he was still interested in donating that land to all of you to build this fire station, and he did say yes. And I'm quite sure that with Joe's enthusiasm and the West Maui Taxpayers Association, this is something that we're going to see as a reality in the future. And if I'm re-elected to sit in the upcountry seat and sit at the table to make decisions, I will definitely support the efforts to ensure that you take your great idea and move it forward because of what it does. It provides more protection for families that live, within that radius. Your homeowner's insurance goes down, and there's different immediate benefits to having this additional fire station, and all of you know what it would provide. So I appreciate the effort. I'm going to go to your luncheon that you're having, as a fundraiser, and this is not a kickoff, but to support this, and I hope to see it become a reality.
Thank you. Ricky?
Coming from a remote sister island like Lanai, I've always supported food stations for rural communities. Oluwalu is not really, well, it's kind of rural if you ask me, compared to Wailuku or Lahaina proper. So for me, of course, I'll be very supportive. I think the department needs to look at a broader parameter of what services. I think if you are going to put a station, and I hate that word mobile, because mobile tends to get like under the state almost like a permanent structure. So for me, I think the county needs to plan something that's smarter for the long term. It should also include a heliport path. I think ambulatory services will be critical, especially for those that have spoken about the golden hour between distances of acute care facility and the patient. So I'll be very supportive of that. And it would be up to us, your members of your council, to find the money to pay for this, what I would call key infrastructure investment. This is an infrastructure investment that the county needs to perform. It's not a discretionary thing when we deal with public safety and residents' lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara.
Thank you, Joe. Having come immediately before sitting on the council from the Department of Fire and Public Safety, I worked extensively with our Chief Bradford Ventura when he was a firefighter in West Maui and I was an Ocean Safety Lieutenant. I did have a discussion with him about this, and I respect his professionalism and expertise, and I support his decision to start out with this first step as a pilot project. And I commend you folks and thank you very much for thinking outside of the box on how to move forward in some way, although Haiku Fire Station has official priority in a way to get it done for the community. So thank you very much for doing that for our community.
Thank you very much. So now we're going to go back to this last question. You just pick one of the two. Unfortunately, each member can pick one person to ask a question, and 1 minute to ask the question, and 2 minutes to respond. I'm sorry? All right, give them 2 minutes each to ask everybody. Okay, fine. Okay, go ahead. Well, everybody can ask everybody the question. The response. Closing statement. Closing statement. All right, closing statements. Perfect.
Okay, West Maui, thank you. It's been a pleasure to be of service to you folks. At first as an Ocean Safety Lieutenant to really, get to know the community from the grains of sand up, and now as a council member, it's a different kind of public service with a lot of reading, sitting, and listening. But it's also about the relationships and the things that we can do for the community as a whole. I know that there's never gonna be a time when we all agree 100%, but I will give my 100% to try and find that common ground and make situations be win-win-wins and work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara. Ricky, closing statement.
First, I want to say thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to share with you this evening. For me, and in my experience, I would say, I think we are 9 council members. There's enough things that we can find in agreement to work on, then find 1 or 2 things that we disagree and keep that from moving forward the people's agenda. And so I can tell you, if you provide me with this new opportunity, I'll be one of your 9 members that will be looking for areas where we do have that agreement and where we can move forward for the county's best interests. There's enough work, there's enough serious requirements done, and there's a lot of infrastructure projects that we're going to need to make quick priority decisions, because everyone in here knows the clock is already ticking regarding climate change. It's not going to stop. We cannot put it on pause. And so we're going to need to make decisions soon, and it's going to be either infrastructure, or people, or something. But I guess the key thing I want to say is we're going to need your input for us to make the best decision possible. So please exercise your vote on November 8th, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, West Maui taxpayers. I always say Joe does a great job putting these forums together. I was at the primary election one, and that was a lot of people that you maneuvered. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I will tell you that I, as well as those sitting before you, we love this work. Otherwise, we wouldn't run for office, because it is a world that you probably will not understand until you sit in our shoes and sit in our seats and do this work. But we love people, and I believe that we respect your input. I want to, as Mr. Hokama said and Ms. Paulton, that there is a lot of work ahead of us. I am the chair of the Infrastructure Transportation Committee. I will tell you that one of my visions for next year is that I would like the county to help affordable housing and build the infrastructure for a parcel of land that we own and turn it over to a nonprofit housing like Nahaleo Maui or Habitat or those kinds of organizations, whoever will bid, and we can build affordable homes and we build the infrastructure, and that's how we get affordable housing, our prices lower, that we become part of the solution. Private-public partnerships, and I believe that through our hard work and vision of this council, we can get the work done and do affordable housing projects that you are asking us to do. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give them a big round of applause to our candidates here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ricky. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tamara, very much. Thank you so much again, Yuki. Thank you. Aloha. Thank you. Now, thank you.
Wanted to share this real quick.
Okay, you want to share?
Yeah. Kalamai, just real quick. Give me some young guys. Come here. Oh, young girl. Sorry, not guy. How about this guy over there? Oh, Napa Napa. Hele mai kaua. Hold this side. Okay. Now, growing up here, Nakupuna Vahini, before she passed away, she showed my cousin Kahu, Irma Akima, was married to my cousin Harry. She showed him the original scroll of the genealogy of King Kamehameha, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Kalakaua, Kaahumanu, all the lineage of our descendants. When she passed away, she showed me the thing was so frail, that thing would fall apart. I came back for her celebration of life. I asked the oldest son, what happened to the royal lineage of Kamehameha genealogy scroll? And he looked at me, Harrison, he said, Uncle, Ma had so much Hawaiian junks, we just threw them all away. I said, you're crazy. After all the years they wrote down the lineage of our ancestors, you're going to throw it away? They never even spread her urn, the ashes. I said, go get me the urn. Uncle, go make pono, spread it in the ocean. He said, Anakala, Uncle, they went and locked the door. I said, kick the damn door down and give me the urn. He kicked the door down right next to the urn. The original scroll standing right up. He said, I guess Tutu wanted you to have it. I said, no, Keakua wanted me to have it. The Royal Order of Kamehameha never had it. The Hawaiian King Kamehameha schools never had it. None of the Hawaiian organizations, OHA, never had it. Why would Keakua put this in my hands? The thing was so frail, me and cousin Willie Case, his brother Wilmont, Kahaiali'is, and Kawi, we flew it to Bishop Museum to preserve it. The last monarch, Queen Liliuokalani, she said, forgive them. They know not what they do. Listen, life is but it's so short, we don't know when it's our time. And if this is the last time that you ever going to see me, no weep for me, because I'd rather go home to be with those that God has used to touch the lives of our people. When cousin Israel come Vivolo told me, cousin, pray for me that all the songs God gave me going to keep touching the world. I said, after you're long gone, all the songs God gave you going to touch the world. Those of you that have been chosen before you came in out of mama's womb, God going to use you to let the light shine so people can see what God chose you to do. Because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be standing here, and I surely would have more hair than I have not now. But Thank God it's all where it's supposed to be. But this is Hawaii. We need to put the priority to consider the Kanaka Maoli of those that have the lineage. And why would Akua have me change my name from birth, Adrian Lucky Akima, to Lucky Pomaikai Kaumanu? Because I found my great-great-grandmother birth certificate. She was Hanai by Queen Ka'ahumanu. From Hana, Cecilia Umeuli Ka'ahumanu. And I'm here to tell you today, God love you. Because if it wasn't for him, one day you will stand before the one that paid the price to let his only begotten son die so we can live. So make sure, share, because even Mayor Victorino, he said, Kahu, can I have one? Well, you've been put in the position, you should consider who you're representing. Because if this is my last day, remember, spread the aloha and let the love God put in your heart share with the world, because they're coming here. And after 30,000 weddings, why would God choose me to do Modern Family Hawaii Vacation? And that old actor guy, Al Bundy, he told me, Lucky, you like do a lot of weddings, just be funny. I said, you're a funny guy. Now they said, they saw me on that movie, Aloha with Love, with the actor Branscombe, Richmond. And I even blessed Oprah Winfrey's property. She's a smart girl, because she got all that land to do aquaponics farming. I guess Joe is standing. I got to get the hell out of here. Aloha.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Lucky. Okay, well, that was totally unscripted, and as I said, we had to stick strictly to the Kaku lineup part of that. No deviations, and here I did. You know, I have a terrible problem. I can't say no to Pastor Lucky. I love this guy so much. He loves God, and he's a wonderful man, and we got the same boss. We both work for a carpenter. Anyway, Alice, thank you so much for your patience, and thank you for your willingness to let us do this little deviation here. I know you didn't have anything about it. And Noelani, would you like to give us an introduction, starting with you, Noelani?
Sure. Aloha mai kako. I'm Noelani Ahia, and I'm running for the Wailuku, Waikapu, and Waihe'e seat. I am a healthcare worker. I am a small business owner. I am a kia'i, a protector of Aina, Vai, Kai, and Iwi. And I'm running for Maui County Council because I want to put the power back in the people. I want to shift away from the plantation politics and go from the grassroots and build upwards from there. So I'm looking at circular economies that are place-based. I'm looking at putting Kanaka Maoli back on our lands. We're looking at food sovereignty. We're looking for community control of water so that we can end that plantation era politic control of water. And I'm looking at restoring dignity to our houseless community and providing compassionate, culturally appropriate, managed encampments and pu'uhonua for our unsheltered community. Mahalo for being here tonight, and thank you to the West Maui Tax Association. Mahalo.
Thank you, Alice.
Good evening and aloha, everyone. My name is Alice Lee. I am your council chair on the county council. And if you look at our sign, our play card, it says that Noelani and I are special. True story, absolutely true. And I was born and raised here, went to St. Anthony's School in Wailuku from K to 12, then graduated from Chaminade University on Oahu in political science, came back here, raised a family, first in Upcountry, then in Wailuku, and I am on the council to provide a perspective that is experienced and balanced and looking forward. And I thank you for this opportunity to be here tonight. We saw Joe earlier today, and it's been a very long day, but thank you for coming here and listening to us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Alice and Noelani. So you were sent the questions to the county council candidates. Instead of reading the issue again, do you want me to read the issues that were sent to you? Do you need another copies of them to see what you need? You read them? You want to go right to the question. What would you do anything? What would you do to get the West Maui Community Plan back, to restore hundreds of acres of land back to ag in compliance with the Maui Island Plan and the Kaanapali 2020 Community Plan?
Thank you for that question. First of all, I would like to echo what the current West Maui Council member Tamara Paulton said. I agree wholeheartedly. There are 800 acres already ready to be built on, and I think we need to move forward with doing our affordable housing. And like Junior said, looking at nonprofit developers who can help us get there. And also utilizing Bill 111 and 107 that the current council just passed so that we can build truly affordable housing. As far as the community plan, I totally respect and understand the work that went into the Ka'anapali plan that's been written, I think it was in the 90s. 1999, okay. So much work went into that. And the little bit that I've been able to glean from that, it's really wonderful. The thing is that with all of our community plans, we're going to have to be flexible because there's information that we just didn't have in 1999 about climate change and sea level rise and shoreline erosion. So looking at amendments and things like that we can use to be flexible is going to be an important part of adjusting and adapting all of our community plans moving forward. From what I understand, there's an estimated need of 6,923 units in West Maui by 2040, and the current plan that we're working with provides for 7,950, which is a surplus of 1,027 homes. So I think that we're on good track. We just need to build those partnerships and get these houses built sooner than later, and they should be done in the most environmentally friendly way. We do need to look at the materials that we're using and building with the AINA and not against it. And of course, we also have to be very, very protective of our cultural sites and make sure that we're in appropriate, safe areas that aren't going to disturb cultural sites. Mahalo.
Thank you. Alice?
I agree with Noelani here that we need more housing, especially affordable and workforce housing in West Maui and everywhere. Problem is when projects are planned, many of them actually do not go forward for a variety of reasons. In fact, there are thousands of units that should have been built but will not be built and have ended up in what I call the graveyard of affordable housing for a number of reasons. And one of the main reasons is that oftentimes the county puts just too many conditions on a project which make them feasible and no longer financially viable. So you can plan 1,000 homes today, but I'd say lucky if half of that go forward. So that's the reason why you need to plan more than your actual need, because in reality, most of the projects do not go forward for a variety of reasons. Oftentimes, it's not only the money, it's infrastructure. There's not enough water, there's not enough roads, there's not enough, and oftentimes there's not enough community support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. The other question, supporting the extra attended need for fire substation in Olowalu. Would you support that?
Yes, I would support that. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. I guess the way what would you do to support the facilitate and embrace that? Is there anything? Maybe I said I give you a yes or no answer. I guess the way the question was different than yes or no.
Okay, I would support that, provided, of course, that we do a feasibility analysis of the project, that we have the community involved, that we have all the relevant departments involved, and that we ensure that there's a good financing plan in place. That's how we always do our decision making with regard to all projects. But conceptually, I do support the plan.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I'll be honest with you, I do have some concerns about it. I do think that there needs to be more studies done, and I've spoken with people in the community who are a bit concerned about the location as well, because initially it was planned in the sea level rise area, and of course we all know that Olowalu is like our mother reef, and any type of infrastructure going in there needs to be the decisions need to be very thorough and judicious because of the sensitivity of the area. I'm not against the mobile fire idea. The question in the packet that you gave us talked about haiku. I think haiku is a little bit different because I understand there was a lawsuit pending because of a heliport that was supposed to be in that wasn't in the EA, and that was part of the reason why it took so long. It took 20 years because generally fire stations don't need to take that long to be built. But I just want to say briefly, in case you folks weren't aware, that the very first fire stations in Hawaii came during the kingdom. So I just want to give a shout out to our ancestors for their progressive thoughtfulness in terms of protecting our resources with fire care and maintenance. Mahalo.
Mahalo. The homeless and houseless crisis has no immediate end in sight, and innovative actions are required to permit safe areas for sheltering as possible, mental health screening, adequate provisions, and so forth. What initiatives do you support that can be adopted by the county to address our growing homeless and houseless crisis?
As the Director of Housing and Human Concerns, I helped to initiate the development of the West Maui Resource Center, starting with negotiating for the land, 5 acres, and this was back in the late 90s, early 2000s. And we had hoped all along that we would start with this particular project and grow it over time. But as administrations change, what happens is plans change. So no further attention was given to the West Maui Resource Center. And I have recently contacted the executive director of the Kahaleakiola in Wailuku to discuss the possibility of expansion in the coming year for West Maui. Also, and I'm sure you're not interested in this one, but also a new resource center for South Maui, because every district should have its own resource center and not just one building. The idea is to plan for future growth, because people need, when they start off, homeless, they need to be able to move upward. There should be a progression process so people can have some type of upward mobility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, mahalo again for that question. First and foremost, I want to say that when we have conversations about houselessness, we really need to center the most affected. So I think any time that we're having any type of collective decision making about houselessness, we need to include the houseless in that conversation, because they are the best suited to tell us what their needs are, what has worked in the past, and what has not worked. Because I can tell you the systems that are in place right now are failing our people, and our people are literally dying on the streets. And it's time for that to end, like yesterday, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. We also have to talk about the stigma that comes with being houseless. Any one of us could end up houseless. I lost my housing this summer and I could have been houseless very, very easily. Not because of money, but because there simply isn't enough housing. So we have to really stop the stigma around houselessness and understand that it could be any of us, that this is systemic failure. This is not personal failure. We also need equity in our housing structure, not just charity, but equity. There's a reason why people are on the streets, and it's because we have floods of people moving here, buying up property, raising the property rates, and pushing our people out, and that needs to end. I support managed encampments. I support using the experimental housing fund to build kauhale-style agriculture villages where people can grow food and start to heal from the aina in culturally appropriate ways. I support partnering with the state and DHHL to get Hawaiians on Crown and government lands. I support the county purchasing land and increasing inventory of houses and apartment buildings that can be used for affordable rental units. And I support a trauma-informed system that holistically meets our houseless community's needs where they are at. We definitely need to talk about addiction and mental health. Those are things that are rooted in trauma, particularly for Hawaiians, in historical trauma, and that has not been acknowledged publicly by our government agencies. And until we tell the truth about why our people are in this situation, we're not going to be able to fix it. So it's time to tell the truth and make the changes we need. Mahalo.
Thank you. Thank you. Now you can ask each other a question. We'll start with you, Alice. You can ask Noelani a question.
So, Noelani, what is your plan to initiate affordable housing?
So I think in terms of affordable housing, it's a multi-tiered approach, because we tend to think about affordable housing and we think about these planned communities. And I'm not saying that they're bad or wrong, we need them, but we need to look at experimental types of housing that we currently don't have zoning for, which is why the experimental housing ordinance that was passed and brought forward by Councilmember Rollins Fernandez is so important. We have to look at all the needs, starting with the people who have the least. So Kauhale style is a traditional village style of living, which is not that difficult. We have the materials, we have the labor, and we just need to get the land. The county has land, so we need to actually find the way to start putting those programs into place. We have the willingness from the community, we just need the political will from the county. In terms of the next level of, what do you call, planned community style housing, we really have to look at the nonprofit model like Junior was talking about. We have a handful of really awesome development folks who genuinely care about our people and they're not profit based. Like the Pulelehua project that's coming up in Lahaina. From what I understand, that developer is working really hard to keep the cost very, very low. And I think that we have to build those partnerships with those types of developers who are willing to do things differently than the status quo developers of the past have been doing. Because at the end of the day, it's not about how they pencil out their projects. It's about what the people end up with. Because most of those developers, if you look at the houses they're living in and the cars they're driving, they're not hurting. So I'm not really worried about them. I'm worried about our people and their needs. Mahalo. Okay, so let's see. Okay, my dear. So I heard you say that you have a political science degree, which is fantastic. So on the topic of settler colonialism and its impact on Hawaiians in Hawaii, would you please share your views on our people being forced out of ancestral lands and into poverty, and how you have spent your years on the council to uplift Kanaka Maoli rights and quality of life?
Okay. It's interesting how I'm responsible for all of this.
I didn't say that.
Well, it sounds like it. Okay, here's the answer. And here's the answer. My mother taught us the word aloha and how to live it. Yeah. Her mother's name was Miriam Kanakamaikai from Wailuku. And my mother's philosophy was that we honor the past, but we help the living. And so today, thanks to my friend Ellie Cochran, I spoke before the Rotary Club. And when I got there, I was really surprised because I ran into someone, and he was a resident at our residential treatment as a residential transitional housing. We have a nonprofit, our family, we do our share and more. And this person lived with us for 1 year because he didn't have housing. He was homeless. And I thought to myself, I am so grateful that we were there for him and that we helped lift him. He is not only not homeless today, he has started his own business And he was joining the Rotary Club. I mean, that's incredible. And that's what we live for, is to help others make something of their lives. And the fact that we contributed to that makes me one of the most happiest people today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you for coming, and thank you, Alice. Thank you so much. Thank you, Noelani. Thank you. God bless. Okay, next up, Tasha Kama, Buddy Nabriga. Awesome. I understand we're family nowadays. Oh my God. Okay, you got your little placards out there so people can see your placards? Okay. Take notes. Thank you, Buddy. With your I'm going to give you an introduction, please.
Aloha ahi ahi kako. My name is Tasha Kama. I'm a mom of 11 children. I have 31 grandchildren and 3.5 great-grandchildren. I am the fourth of 11 children, born to Reverend Clarence Kamai and Leigh Kamai. My husband was the number 2 of 13 children, born to Benjamin and Louisa Kama from Marmanalo. And I share with you my family's name and my children and my grandchildren because I'm vested in my children. And everything that we do for our children and for the next 7 generations to come. So I wanted to let you know I'm totally vested in my work on behalf of my children, my ancestors, and my descendants to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Buddy.
Aloha and good evening. My name is Buddy Nabriga, and I want to thank everybody for sticking it out tonight, both on a kaku and in person. I know they can be long. I'm born and raised here. I come from a 4th-generation family business that I was raised in that's been around for 138 years, a 5th-generation ranching family. On my mom's side, the first luau catering family, Nakoa's Catering, from the Tower Patches of Kahakulua. So I'm vested here. Me and my wife brought our family back home from the mainland to enjoy the life that we enjoyed growing up. And after my grandfather passed, I was inspired to get involved and found a true passion in serving the community and what that means and what has meant to our families, both my families on both sides. Serving is something that is a part of you. When you give without anything in return, I believe that's God's work through you to others. And I'm just blessed to be here. Besides all that and all of that, I'm a father of 4. I'm blessed beyond means. My oldest is 11, my youngest is 1. My name is Buddy Nabriga, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. So you were sent the questions. Did you want to see copies of the questions again? Do you know the questions? So we're going to go. The first question is that we've had an ongoing crisis of lack of affordable housing, workforce housing. The Maui Island plan was changed where Kaanapali 2020 plan was, it had areas for affordable housing. What would you do? But it's been removed now. It's in preservation and park. It's not in compliance with the West Maui Community Plan and or the Kaanapali 2020 plan. Is there anything that you would do to support necessary changes in the West Maui Community Plan to restore those acres of land back to ag so they can be in compliance? Tasha, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Joe, for that question. Thank you, everyone. You've heard so many people tonight answer that question. And what did you come out with the answer? 1, that the mayor has already sent it to the Planning Commission. They're going to work on it. And when it comes back to us, the council gets to reconsider the votes that we took earlier. 2, what Member Paulton said was utterly correct. Let's try to work with what we know we can work with and then let the stuff that we need to decide on take care of itself. What we do as a council collectively is to be able to respond to communities, and we will, and at the same time, don't allow those things to hinder us from continuing the work that needs to go on. And that's my answer, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Testing? Okay. Thank you for the question. I agree with Member Kama, actually. Enough has been said about that tonight, and there's so many options. I think the way I'll answer that question, Joe, is that there are a lot of plans. There has been a lot of plans. And what we need to do is move forward in action. And I think as a council member, I believe in working with the other 9 to get the action done. Like I said, there are options available. Why aren't they done yet? Nothing against anybody who's ever served. Being in this role, you learn and respect anybody who ever steps in front to serve in this capacity. And I believe everybody gets involved in the greatest of intent. But as it was said, there are a lot of options out there. And my goal would be to make action become more than just a plan, but execution. And that's what I intend to do. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next question. We talked about the. Oh, I'm sorry. We talked about the issue of the Olawalo community reaching out to us to repeat what we did in the Pili, where the community bought and paid for its own fire station and dedicated to the county to staff and manage. The Olawalo community asked us to repeat that Hanaho, and we're in the process of doing that right now. With Aloha, always over hate. And would you support that effort?
Real quick, Hanaho, right? Let's do it again. But I would actually support this new it's a substation I'm talking about supporting. I would be in supporting funding and helping you folks to get, because what you really are looking for is a more permanent place. And what you really need is a study so that you know where the best permanent place can be. And that's where you need your community to come forth and say, we think it should be here, there. And that's what your community plan is for. Your community plan identifies places where these things can actually occur. But until we do a study about where the best location for this fire station would be, taking into consideration your future plans for development, that's going to determine where that fire station should be. So I would support right now funding your substation, but also putting money on the side for a study for their permanent station. Thank you.
Thank you. Buddy?
The same question you had when we were here for the primaries, and I said back then, everybody agrees it should happen, then we should make it happen. It goes back to my finding the way to execute instead of just plan. I was able to attend the mayor's budget meeting this weekend and talk to Chief Ventura. And I think although a lot has been said of the fire station, when it comes to fire, we think fire. But I think what is really forgotten a little bit is how much more they do besides fight fires. And he said we responded to 17,000 calls. And for me, I know at any given time we only have about 5 EMT active units on island, 1 substation in Ma'alaya that covers the west side when someone is in transit for that, I heard, golden hour. So I believe that particular station will definitely serve multiple facets of making our community safer and better. And I truly believe it should happen. And I also agree that the most effective way possible until we can get the proper studies and whatnot done, but action. And kudos to private partnerships. When a community steps up and serves and finds a way, and I think it's up to government to meet them there. When they do the work and lay the groundwork and find funds, it is government's job to support and represent that voice. So, mahalo.
Thank you very much. The homeless and houseless crisis has no immediate end in sight. As you have that question, what initiatives do you support which can be adopted by the county to address our growing homeless and houseless crisis? Tasha.
Okay, so I look at our unsheltered population in this manner. There are people who do not need as much help as we think. That if we say to them, we have this for you, will you go and get help? And they will say yes. There's a segment of also that population that who never ever want to go into any type of housing because they don't like the rules, and they've lived on the streets for so long that that is their norm and they won't go. But there's a segment of our population who don't even know that they need the help. But you cannot force people to get help, right? we as citizens of this great nation have the right to do what we want to do and decide for ourselves. But forcing people to get mental health services, we cannot do. The only thing that can do is, if they get into trouble, they have to go to court. Only through the court system can they be forced to get the kind of social services that they need and that we can help them do. And so we have what our prosecuting attorney calls a community court, where people who need the kind of help that they don't realize they need end up going to court, but the court assigns them and actually tells them, this is what you have need of. And if they are in support of and they voluntarily say, yes, I will do that, then the court, instead of giving them punishment, will help them to be able to get the services they need. And so therefore, going to court doesn't end up being punitive, but it becomes more restorative. And I think that's what we have to look at when we help this population who really doesn't know that they need help, but we know that they do. Because if they knew they needed the help, they would not be behaving in a way that they are. And getting mental health support for this population is where we should be investing our money, our time, and our energies and our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
I've learned a lot more on this journey about our homelessness, and I really believe that a lot of our community problems revert back to housing. People not being able to afford a safe place to live and raise their family is a major factor in this, and we can be proactive in that area. The question does list a lot of innovative resources that we could use and digress in creating better opportunities. What I've learned most is there's mostly three categories of homelessness. First is those on bad times or the inaffordability. Then you have addiction and mental health. Those are the three major categories. And in speaking to the people who are passionate about that work, the most important thing to change somebody or help somebody in this area is trust. People who are on the street aren't trustworthy or don't trust so easily. They're on bad times. And then, we've heard a lot of them aren't from here, but the ones who are from here, if you're born and raised here, asking for help when you fall on hard times is shame. It was a cultural thing. You don't ask because, why are you in that situation? You're not supposed to be like that. Where's your family? And we've just gotten so far past that from a cultural stance that, as one other candidate said, it's more than just, homelessness. It's houselessness. And that's how I would support that, is working with those that are being successful in breaking through that trust factor. Mental health, addiction, that's trust. And as Member Kama said, those who fall on hard times, they need to feel comfortable, and every district is different. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. Whatever resources in that district that can be used as quick as possible to help get somebody back on their feet, get them back up the ladder, as I think Ellie Cochran said. That's what we should do. What's working, what's effective, and what builds trust with this community. And that's what I would work on in supporting and finding ways to help those already doing that passionate work to better execute that. Mahalo.
Thank you so much. Now we can ask each other a question. You want to start? Tasha, you can ask Buddy a question.
Buddy, I just want you to comment. If you agree with me that our race truly demonstrated the true spirit of aloha.
Yes. Can I go now, Joe? Yeah. Okay. So it's uncanny. My question was going to be to mahalo you as a first-time candidate, the respect and dignity that you run your race and has really allowed me to follow that leadership, and really mahalo you for everything you've done in your lifetime in carrying many torches that has helped our community and our families. And yes, aloha. Mahalo.
Oh boy. Okay. You saw it here, this aloha spirit in action right here. Thank you, Buddy and Tasha. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Tasha.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Okay. Oh, no.
We get a hug.
Yes.
We're family. I didn't know that. I just found out we're family. Oh my gosh. Okay. Also now, Tom Cook, Robin Knox, are you here? There we go, Robin. Is Tom Cook? There he is, Tom. Okay. Yep, this is yours. Please have a seat. Make your placards out there so people can see you. Anakaku. Hi, Robin. Only 2 questions. Okay, thank you. We're going down. The time is crunched. Thank you for your patience sticking here with us. We're going to go to 2 questions. First, introductions. Start with you, Tom.
Testing. Aloha, everybody. Thank you, West Maui Taxpayers Association. Thank you for all of you people for hanging in there, and thank you for Kaku for showing this. My name is Tom Cook. I'm running for the South Maui County Council seat, and I am hopeful that I can get elected and contribute my skill sets for housing and infrastructure on the island. I'm a father. I have 5 children. Been here for 50 years. I'm a transplant, married a girl from Makawao. And I'm eternally grateful to be accepted into the community. And this is home. I haven't traveled much. I've spent most all of my life on Maui. So I'm a carpenter by trade. I have a GED, not a PhD. I have 50 years building experience, from labor to carpenter and mason, contractor. Built affordable homes in Waiahuli, have built, okay, that's it.
Robin?
Sorry about that. Aloha, my name is Robin Knox, and I'm running for the South Maui County Council seat. I am an environmental scientist with more than 30 years experience. My specialty is water, and I am a professional water protector, and we have many water issues to address. I'm a mother, a grandmother, small business owner, and I look forward to serving Maui County on the County Council. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Robin. Thank you so much. So we got a number of questions. We're going to shorten it to 2. Out of the 3 questions we sent you, which 2 would you like to deal with? That we can deal with the necessary changes to the Maui Community Plan to bring back Kanapali 2020. We could talk about the Olawala Fire Station, or homelessness and houselessness. Which
I'd like to do the fire station.
So we'll start with the fire station. Robin, we'll start with you in the fire station.
Okay, the fire station clearly is needed. And I am really kind of in awe of this community with having the initiative to look into a private-public partnership, and also having the innovative ideas. That being said, memorandum of understanding needs to be examined. We need to make sure there's not any unintended consequences or liabilities for the county. And I agree with what Member Kama said earlier about this may be a good pilot project and a good way to start and a good way to move things forward, but in the long run, it's likely we need a more permanent station, and there are studies that would have to be done. So I think it's the best of both worlds, Joe, if we do something now and do something more later.
Thank you. Tom, you want to do that?
Yeah, I'm very supportive of it. I hope that it is designed with enough area for expansion. It definitely for having a heliport and basically being able to be full service, not just for fire control, but for health and safety. This part of the island definitely needs a hospital, and it needs all of the resources because it's so isolated. Well, I'm just saying this part of the island is so isolated because of the highway that a fire station, mental health facilities, all of that is deserving, and especially since you're such a significant part of our tax base, we should be able to pay for it.
Thank you. Now, the issue of pick the other one. Do you want to deal with the affordable Kanapali 2020 community plan, or do you want to talk about houseless and homelessness?
I'd like to do the 2020.
You want to do the 2020? Then we'll start with you on the 2020. Go ahead.
Okay. I served on the GPAC for the island plan, and for 3 years, I was 3.5 years. I was one of the haiku representatives, one of the 25 members of the GPAC. The 2020 group, Kanapali 2020, put together a very comprehensive presentation. We heard from many, many people from all parts of the island, and it was unanimously supported. And I'm very supportive of the way that it was presented initially. One of the challenges that I've witnessed that over the years being involved with planning is that 10 years later, there'll be a group of people that says, well, I wasn't involved in that and I don't agree with it. That's we as a community need to start having more faith and foresight and acknowledgement that people after us will have a change, but we have to stick with it, especially with infrastructure. If we're going to design roads, we're going to design neighborhoods, we're going to design water, wastewater, or water resources. All of that takes time, and it's a disservice to the community to change that plan along the way. We need to honor the efforts that people have put into it and continue with it to get it built.
Thank you. Do you want to have the same question, or you want to go to this different one?
I'd rather do the homeless and houseless.
All right, you got it.
Housing is a human right, and mental health and addiction are medical issues. So we are lacking the services that our homeless and houseless people need. And when it comes to addiction and mental health, it's not just the people who don't have a house. So we need both, housing, building affordable housing can help move people into homes. But that takes time, right? And it takes money. And we need to do more urgent things like, let there be zoning that might let a tiny home or an RV be on someone's property, on their lot, if it would help house someone. Let's have managed encampments. And let's go to the people who are suffering these conditions and talk to them about what can be done. Because they're the ones that know best what's not working. I think we all agree what we're doing now is not working, but they can tell us best why it's not working. And you hear people talk about they don't want to follow the rules. That's because a lot of the time the rules are things that most people who have a house wouldn't agree to. They they have to break up families sometimes, or not let family members visit, or you can't have your pet, or you have to get sober before you get a roof over your head. And we know that those things don't work. That's why it's not working now. People will stay on the street when you give them that choice. So I think we need to offer better choices and a wider variety of options. And just like the fire station, something we can do right now immediately, like a safe car area where they can sleep in their car and a managed encampment, and then something longer term, like better social services and housing units that are affordable and people can get into without a lot of income.
Thank you very much. Now we have this last question thing where you can ask each other a question. We'll start with you, Robin. You going to ask Tom a question?
Sure. Okay, Tom, according to the Campaign Spending Commission, you have received over $104,000 in contributions and only $1,400 in small contributions that are $100 or less. The larger contributions come from companies like Leadcore, LexCorp, Peter Martin, Matson, Kobashi Group, and Black Sand Capital, all developers, as well as PACs in California and Honolulu. So often the community opposes inappropriate development. How can our communities trust that the decisions you make supporting development are being made in their best interests and not as a payback to your donors?
Thank you for that question. I'm really comfortable with the people who have contributed to me. I have been a professional builder, contractor. I've purchased, I've bought one piece of property in 50 years, and I sold it to my son and my grandson. And I've been renting in Kihei for 15 years. I'm not a developer. I'm a really good builder, and I've had people tell me, Tom, you're a great builder, but you're not that great a businessman, and it's really rare to have both. I like to fix things, and I like to build things, and I like to work with youth. I have a lot to contribute with my skill sets, and the fact that unions and these other people are supportive of me, I think is a compliment. I'm for hire, I'm not for sale. Everybody knows that. HGA, all of the public unions, everybody has donated money, every one of the PAC interviews. I have made it clear that basically I'm grateful for your support, but you're not buying anything. Many of the contributions I'm not even aware of because I'm not like people are giving money, and I make no excuses, and I'm grateful for the donations. People don't understand the dynamics of construction. You need people who have the expertise and the resources to build. And you need to be able to have, we need to streamline our approval process so that we can actually get things built and stop. We agree with many things. We need to stop being in conflict so that we can join hands and get homes built for people. A lot of the things that are being built that are, quote, the luxury market are what pay the taxes to enable us to build infrastructure and do other things. So thank you for the question.
You can ask Robin a question.
Do you feel that Maui has a sufficient amount of water, sustainable groundwater, for us to build another 10 or 15,000 homes, affordable homes?
First of all, I have not done the math, I'll say that, and I have been looking at the water use and development plan. I think the problem is that when most of the affordable housing that's been discussed is the kind of development where it's 80% market price and 20% affordable homes. And at that rate, we will never catch up to the amount of affordable housing we need because we will overtax our resources, including water. If we have to build, 20,000 market price homes to get 5,000 affordable homes. So I think we probably have enough for the 5,000 affordable homes, and that those should be developments that are 100% affordable homes. With regard to our water resources, I think we need to be careful. Everything, and this is kind of the dilemma of environmental work, we're judging by the past. All we know is what's happened in the past. And we know with climate change, all bets are off. There's less precipitation now than there was 100 years ago. There's less water going into the ground, into the groundwater, and development has only made that worse. So restoring watersheds, Mauka to Mackay, including restoring wetlands, is the best insurance that we can have to ensure a future water supply for affordable housing. And if there's enough water, maybe we can do other things too.
Thank you very much for your participation, for the Aloha spirit. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Robin, very much. Thank you so much, Robin. Appreciate you. That's awesome. Thank you. And we have our last two candidates who thank you, Narabun and Noe Hudgens. Sorry? Oh, Molokai's here. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, got Molokai. Sorry, Molokai. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you for coming. Got your placards out there. Let everybody see them. Thank you. Thanks. We're going to start off with the introductions. You're standing, so why don't you start off?
Thank you. I'm standing. I feel like everyone should stand. Can we just take a break for a moment and everyone stand up and just stretch a little bit? Oh, thank you all so much for hanging in there. I know it's been a lot. Thank you for having us. Aloha all. My name is Nara Boone, and I am running for County Council for the Makua Haiku Putya seat. I am a mother of 3 teenagers, lucky me. I'm the third oldest of 9 kids. I grew up in Poela, haiku. And I'm a singer and a voice teacher. I teach privately and I teach in the schools. And my main focus in teaching is helping people kind of process their trauma and reclaim their authentic voice. And I was asked to run for council by a couple different people. The first time I turned it down, and then by the second time I was thinking if I could help people more than I already am, if I can help on a broader scale, Then I'll give it a try. So here I am, and I promise that I will do my best to be a voice for all of us. Again, my name is Nara Boone. Aloha.
Thank you. Noe?
I don't want to stand up and talk because it's been a long day and I'm very tired. So thank you for having me. My name is Nohe Uuhajins. I'm running for county council, the Paia Makawao Haiku seat. I'm born and raised in Paia. I now live in Makawao with my husband and our 4 children. And Paia, Makawao, Haiku have been where majority of my life has been spent. I went away for college and I came back and this is it. Maui is my home for me and this place is my home for me. And while I have your attention, there has been lots of rumors about me, thank you so much, about my union support, so I want to address that while I have the opportunity. I'm very proud to have the union support. These are working class people, and I love that they think they have a voice in me, and that's something I really cherish. So thank you so much to have us here.
Thank you. So we had 3 questions sent to you, and which 2 would you like to deal with? Which one do you want to start off first? The affordable housing? Do you want to start off with Kaanapali 2020 plan? Which one? The fire station? You want to start with the fire station? Okay, you can start with the fire station.
All right, we both have a connection to firemen, so I felt like that might be a good topic for us. My brother is a fireman, was stationed on Molokai and Lanai, and right now Paia. I think that having a fire station is incredibly important. There is no doubt about that. I do worry about the infrastructure opening the door to urban sprawl in that area of Oluwalu. One of the questions was about lowering the money allowed for the haiku station, right, from 12 million down to 4. That was part of the
modular concept that we've now shown that a 4-bedroom fire station that could hold 5 people, 4 men, so a total of 5 people fire station. 4 bedrooms with a bay and day room and all this other stuff can be done for $4 million in modular construction. And, you know, that's so brand new, and there's $16.5 million in the budget now been collected for that fire station. So if they use our concept to, instead of the bricks and mortar concept, they can save the county $12 million.
And spread the money to both haiku and Oluwalu.
They can do
whatever
whatever the council administration wants to do with it. There's no strings are attached.
Got it. Thank you for clearing that up, because I was trying to research it. So I am looking forward to going to Molokai next week and taking a tour of the firehouse that they have over there. The fire that happened in Haiku 2 weeks ago was very near my house. At one moment, I thought it was my house. And the fact that it took a little bit to hear sirens was troubling. And when the Paia station came, I think they were the first on the scene, their main priority was making sure the propane tanks didn't blow. You know, our first responders are so very important for all of us, but we need to make sure that we are focusing things in the right direction. Definitely. So I want to know whether there's a way that we could do both, whether we could do something with Oluwalu and be very clear on its function and purpose and future use with the infrastructure, and then also get something finally happening in Haiku, because it's been many, many years and the population is getting a lot larger, and we need to have that safety protocol in place now. Thank you.
Thank you. No way.
As Nara said, we both do have a connection to our fire department. Her brother is a fireman, my husband is a fireman as well. They've worked together several times. As a mother, and as somebody who frequents the speech out here, I definitely think a fire station is incredibly important. So not only do our firemen handle our fires, but they also respond to several medicals. And when we're dealing with health and safety, minutes matter. My husband often is so concerned about if they're far away dealing with something, if somebody has a heart attack right at that moment, they won't get there in time. The fact that the closest fire station is Lahaina, minutes matter when somebody is either lost at sea or is having any sort of medical. Not only is it important for fire, and same with Nara here, my kid's grandma's house is actually right behind that house that was on fire. They had to evacuate. They were terrified. Haiku also needs a fire station. I think there's a way we can figure out how to ensure that both communities are safe and protected from fire, and ensure that they are safe regarding with any medical procedure they might need that fire responds to.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The next, would you want to pick the Kaanapali 2020 issue or the homeless issue? Homeless. I'll start with you.
Thank you. All right, in regards to the homeless situation, I was sitting here listening throughout this evening, and I think that what we might be missing is the fact that doctors can't afford to live here. How the heck are the rest of us supposed to do it? Have we thought of that? Okay, we look at our homeless and our houseless and we bring up drug addiction and mental illness. But, you know, not everybody is lucky enough to just be able to fly away. The rest of us have to deal with what we have here. I think that our mental health has to do with all of it. The price of just living here. And yes, it's the rents. Yes, it's the properties. Yes, it's the milk and the bread and the gas and the utilities and everything else. And I think we need to focus on changing our quality of life and changing the cost of living so that we are not working just to live, living just to work, and vice versa. Okay, just to exist here. We need to improve our quality of life as the people that make these islands what they are and as special as they are. I definitely agree with managed encampments, and I'm curious whether there's a way to facilitate something where we get wraparound services at Cut Mountain and other places that I believe, is it once a week that there's a visit out that way? I know it's once a week that it happens in Paia. I would like to see more programs like that throughout different areas of the islands. And rezoning of commercial spaces, not just for the homeless and the houseless, but for the rest of us too. Because so many of us need assistance in just being able to exist where we are. Thank you.
No, wait, you going to do the same thing? Same question?
Homelessness is an issue that needs to be dealt with compassion, empathy, and political will. And I agree with Nara. I mean, it is something that we need to consider that could be a possibility for everyone. Many of us are 1 or 2 paychecks away from being homeless. So we need to address this with all our heart. Recently, I've attended some meetings in Paia about the homeless situation we have as well, and a couple homeless people attended that meeting and voiced their concerns, and I thought it was really effective. And I know somebody said that earlier, and I think that's a great idea. As we know, there are 4 different types of homelessness, right? So we have those who are just on bad luck, we have some chronic homeless, we have those that deal with mental health issues, and we also have hidden homeless. And hidden homeless are those people who cannot afford to move out of their house, or their parents' house, or their grandma's house. And we have several multi-generational homes and homelessness. I think it's important to consider more shelters, more affordable rentals, and more mental health centers. This is extremely important. We need more facilities. As a county, we need to partner better with our state and our nonprofits to ensure that everybody is getting the help that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to ask each other a question.
Okay, so this is me being the voice for the community. I appreciate that you opened up with rumors about the union. I don't know, is that a bad thing? To be supported by unions?
No, that's
okay.
the point.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
I know. Sorry, I forget where other people are here.
So, yeah, so we're just going to chat. So my question for you, I mean, it's no secret that you're bringing in huge endorsements, right? Yep. So how are you going to handle, if you're elected, situations, proposed developments where the community is extremely against a development, but these big money donors are really pushing for it? You're in the middle of that.
Yep.
How are you going to handle that situation?
That's a great question. Thank you for asking. One, I think we have to remember we're all a part of the community. And so I think right now we have a local government that doesn't feel conducive for everybody to participate. And so we don't really hear from everybody in the community. Case in point, your number one question that we have here. So while I don't disagree that certain people don't love development, I understand that. But there are times where we cannot let perfect be the enemy of good. And right now we need housing. That's one. Two, I am not afraid to have a tough conversation. I'm not afraid to tell people I disagree with them respectfully. And that includes everyone, including my donors, including these people who, are considered big money developers. I can have a conversation with them respectfully, as well as I try to do with everybody. So I think that's important. And also at this point, with our affordable housing crisis, we really do need to start working with everybody, whether they're nonprofit developers like Nahaleo Maui and some other people are talking about, and our developers, and our whatever big money, if there is some developers, to really attack our affordable housing crisis. We've had the same issues for 30 years, and our people are leaving. And we talk about innovative solutions. Sorry, long day. And, I'm not saying that they are the answer to everything, but they can help us solve our problems as long as we are all willing to listen just a little bit. And I'm not saying I'm going to just listen to them, but I'm just saying we all just need to listen a little bit.
Awesome. Now, your turn.
Sure. So now I work in a little bit of housing, as I've talked about. I've done some affordable housing projects, and it is a long and complicated process. How would you propose we continue creating more affordable housing? As we know, we need thousands of them. We need to, I think, keep our local people here, and I know you do too. It's important to our culture. How would you propose that we continue our affordable housing process, and how would you propose we pay for it?
Okay, so affordable housing to me is not just building. We have homes here that our residents could be using if we simply change them from, vacation rentals to actual homes for our community. So that is one way. Rezoning empty commercial spaces and making them multi-use. I mean, I personally love having the idea of a live upstairs, work downstairs thing. Like that used to be so romantic when I would read about it in books when I was younger, I don't disagree. But I also feel that we should create some kind of rent-to-own programs for our community. Not everyone wants to live in a brand new place that's cookie cutter and just like everybody else. Some of us want old growth, mature fruit trees and food trees on our property and want to live in like old style Hawaii, So these are different areas that we can work on. And there are so many other programs that are actually going on with what is understood as affordable housing and workforce housing, and getting some of these programs up and running that already exist and already have been permitted, I think would be great. The other thing is that I already work pretty darn well with several current county council members, and it would be a cohesive effort with everyone to get this stuff done for our people. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. We got Molokai Mobera. Come on up, Molokai Mobera. Thank you, Keani. Thanks for coming.
Of
Aloha.
course.
Thank you. Bring your little placard up here. Thank you for coming. Please have a seat over here and make sure your people can see your placard. Over here. And thank you for your patience so much. You know, you can always say, well, I went to that candidates night, they saved the best for last. Molokai mo beta. So, please, introductions. We'll start with you. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, the ladies first. Sorry, thank you. Yanni.
Thank you, Joe. Oh, can you hear? Is it on? How's that?
That's it.
All right. Aloha mai kako. First, mahalo to the West Maui Taxpayers Association for hosting tonight's forum. Mahalo to Akaku for live streaming. Voter education is critical, and so I really appreciate both of your roles in this. And mahalo to everyone for joining us in person tonight and online. I'm Kiani Rollins Fernandez. I was born and raised on Molokai. I am a mother of two. 30 seconds. Okay. I have a law degree and an MBA, trained in critical thinking and grounded in my community. I'm the current Maui County Council Vice Chair and Chair of the Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Committee. And I respectfully ask for your vote. You can learn more about me at votekiani.com. Every voter countywide can vote in our race, and I would be honored to continue this work. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Aloha, everybody. My name is John Pele. I've lived on the west side of Molokai now for 44 years. Grew up as a young teenager on Molokai. I actually, my background is working in tourism. I started as a busboy. 21 years later in that industry, I was a general manager of hotel operations. I have owned a small business as a general store for 14 years, and I currently own a restaurant located in Hotel Molokai that I run with my two brothers. One of my passions for running, everybody has their reasons. One of my reasons is that my only child who graduated from Kamehameha, Chaminade with 2 degrees, had to leave Hawaii because she couldn't afford to be here. So now I have Kanaka grandchildren who, when you ask them where they're from, they say they're from Ohio. And that hits me. I've lost that chain. 2 generations and I've lost my chain. My family chain has been lost to the exodus. And I just think we got to work really hard on that exodus of our generations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to do 2 questions. And Kiani, we're going to start first. You wanted to start off with the fire station.
Mahalo, Joe. Okay. Mahalo for that question. So last year, with the support of the community, specifically Mahina Poi Poi, who scoured the market looking for the appropriate space, as well as with the support of the mayor and the fire chief, on Molokai, we were able to secure a location that was community supported and culturally appropriate to move our Puko'o fire station out of a falling down structure and in the Slarexa. And with that experience, I would be happy to work with the West Maui council member in securing a location, working with the community on a modular fire station. I think we heard about, feasibility study. With the Molokai fire station that we worked on, it'll be far less than the 12 million that you cited in the question, and less than even 4 million. And so I think there are concerns that were brought up earlier by other candidates. Having worked on securing this location on Molokai, I know that sufficient water is a really big concern in question. And so considering this area now has the designation of surface and groundwater management, I think that would need to be considered. And I also need to see the specifics to ensure that the location is appropriate, it's above the sea level rise exposure area. But I would be supportive so that the community would have that service in this area. Mahalo, Joe.
Thank you. John?
Thank you for the question. It's a little bit personal to me. Living on the west side of Molokai, we did have a county property that was deeded to the county probably 30 years ago for a substation on the west side, and we're still waiting for that. and those services are badly needed. So I could be totally supportive of a fire station in Olowalu and all the necessary parts of the county, right? It's worrisome to me that sometimes we're reactive when these types of situations. We wait for something bad to happen before we work on it. And I think everybody agrees that we could be proactive on this issue and making sure that it happens, because public safety and health has got to be a priority, has got to be the priority in our communities. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. The other two questions, you want to deal with the Kaanapali 2020 issue in the community plan, or do you want to talk about homelessness and houselessness? Yanni?
I'll take the third question.
Okay.
On houselessness.
Houselessness, okay.
I would be happy to work with you, John, on getting a fire station on the West End. Please contact my office. So for that last question, I think, we often talk about the homelessness in a way to generalize and then disconnect, and then it doesn't become our problem. Many experiencing houselessness are our friends, our family, living in their cars, living on the beaches, living in generational homes, just packing into smaller homes, and then being priced out. And so many are just a paycheck away from losing their homes. And then when we talk about mental health concerns, I think a lot of this stems from the financial stress and anxiety, that fear of not being able to provide for your family, to ensure that you continue to have shelter for your children. All of this is extremely stressful, and as Noy said earlier, is a systemic failure. For housing, we need to house our residents and stop with the commodification of our housing. Stop with the vacation rentals. Housing needs to be for long-term use. Lahaina has the worst statistic of 1 in 5 units being vacation rentals. I spearheaded property tax work in incentivizing long-term rental exemptions and classification so that we have long-term use. Aina Kupuna legislation to keep ancestral lands in generational families' hands, and spearheaded the establishment of the Commission on Healing Solutions for Homelessness. Mahalo, John.
Thank you.
Sure, I'll talk about that one, and I think every candidate has approached this with great points. I do think when we approach houselessness and homelessness, we have to do it with compassion and reality. And I think the reality part about it is recognizing the different tiers. I think we need to find districts need to have the ability to have shelters, services provided in the district. And with the homeless and houseless population, I think, I have a lot of family that are dealing with this situation, right? And I think there's a level of discomfort that some of us in the community have to own, right? We need to be able to understand that we need all to make a commitment if we want this to work. Everybody might have to live without their comfort zone. I really believe in mobile outreach, so we can have people. The way you build trust is to keep showing up, and and just it's like making friends, right? You have to embrace the situation. We have to outreach to the homeless population that need our help, and continue to nurture them back. And then we could get them through the housing ladder, right? Figure out ways to build transitional housing, because some of these people, they need to learn how to live in a space. I've talked to outreach program, and that's a problem for them. So we need to really malama them and help them to learn how to be part of society again, right? And we need to it's incumbent on us to reach out to them. That's where we're at right now. We need to start reaching out and just continue that reach and gain that trust. Thanks.
Thank you. Now it's time to ask each other a question. Yanni, we'll start with you. Ask John a question.
Mahalo, Joe. Okay. Most of those who have invested in your candidacy well over $90,000 worth have a special interest in not managing the tourism industry in order to mitigate the over-tourism our residents have clearly cited as a serious problem, like Oahu-based Kobayashi Group and the Black Sand Capital, these contributors. The community should vote for a candidate that has demonstrated preemptive leadership to tackle these serious issues that impact our quality of life. What are you doing to reduce tourists on Maui to the ratio stipulated in the Maui Island Plan and to ensure that the tourists who do come are respectful of our community and home?
Thank you for that question. I'll be straight out. I haven't done much because I haven't been in the position to do much about the tourism. I've shared with you all before that I've come from the tourism industry. It's how I made my living. It's how I paid my taxes. It's how I sent my daughter to college. It's how I paid for my house. It's how I started my businesses, and I have over 50 employees right now in a business, and it's how I've made my bones, and I will not apologize for that. First and foremost, I've been a productive member of society, and I'm proud of it. I do agree that tourism is an issue. And I do wholeheartedly agree that we need to start taking some measures to manage our tourism. Definitely. And I come from the industry. And I've made that very clear that tourism management needs to be done. Illegal vacation rentals need to be handled. I think they're a problem. And I'm on the record for saying that. So thanks for the question.
Now it's your turn, John. Yes, County question.
Okay, yeah. I was just, okay. So the county has a plan to build 5,000 houses in 5 years. Could you share how many houses have been built so far, and what is your plan? What would be your plan to move forward during this housing crisis that we're having?
Mahalo for that question. Yes, we do. This council, with a community-minded majority that we hope to continue to have because it's in the best interest of this county to continue to have that, did fund and had completed a comprehensive affordable housing plan. The purpose of the plan is not just to build. The purpose of the plan was to provide recommendations on how we could not just build, but provide those housings, because as those housing units to our residents, because it's not just about building. As I mentioned earlier, it's also about using tax policy that will use, that would incentivize the use of housing that we already have, but it's out of the long-term inventory. The housing that we could be using for our residents are being used to make money off of. So it's out of the inventory, and it's in the inventory of vacation rentals. And I agree with you on cracking down on illegal vacation rentals, but it's not just those that are illegal, because there are a lot of places, zonings, that it's permissible to have vacation rentals, such as Lahaina Crossroads. That structure, that zoning, the Lahaina Historical District allowed for vacation rental use in that district. It's so inappropriate. But and so with the bill that I've proposed, the CAPS bill is what I've called it, it would help to take away that use in those zonings so that places like Lahaina Crossroads will be used for long-term rental and not for vacation rental, and take that opportunity away from our residents who desperately need it. So I think that will provide housing for our residents. Mahalo for that question, John.
Thank you very much. Wow, I really appreciate you sticking with us. All of you out there who are still with us at Kaku, thank you so much. John, and the Aloha spirit is obviously there still in Molokai. Thank you so much. So let's give him a big hand, and I'm going to like to give all of you a great big hand. And thank you for your patience. This at Akaku, thank you. We deviated from script when we weren't supposed to, and I apologize for that. I don't know. Somehow I know that you guys will make it work, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate all of you. God bless you, and I hope you learned something tonight. I'm glad you came. I'm sorry? The date of the general election is November 8th, right? November 8th is the date of the general election. Make sure you vote. And thank you so much. Thank you, our timekeeper, Michelle. You did a phenomenal job. Awesome. Thank you. And good night. God bless.